there, my name is Suman and I'm really excited to welcome you to this complete beginner's course to After Effects. Having used After Effects for the past 6 years, it's been a crucial tool in my animation career, allowing me to work with numerous number of well-known brands worldwide. And in this course, I will not only cover the basics but also share with you the tips, tricks and techniques that I have learned through all these years of experience. Whether you are just a beginner or have some experience in After Effects, this course is designed to kickstart your animation career and create those complex motions and transitions that you always wanted. Even if you're an intermediate or an advanced user, there is still a plenty of value to be gained from this course by revisiting the old concepts or learning the new ones. But let me clear one thing at the very start. If you're a beginner, then don't expect to be a walk in the park. Anything that's worth learning requires effort. And trust me, the journey is worth it. So let's dive in and let's explore the exciting world of After Effects together. We will begin by familiarizing ourselves with the user interface of After Effects, followed by creating a simple animation. And then we will check out the best settings to render out animations in widely used formats. And here we're going to unveil some techniques that even many professionals are not aware of. And then we will have a detailed section on the motion graph editor. This is the most important topic in this entire course, and if you want to animate smooth transitions, morphing effects or shape animations like this, then you need to have a proper grasp over the motion graph editor. Moving forward, we will learn the motion path and shape layers. So we will start with the basics and then we are going to learn the advanced techniques with motion path and shape layers and animate something like this. And then we will learn how to add realistic lighting and shading and how to use masking and track mattes and its different use cases. And then we will cover text animation. So text animation itself is a huge topic and we're going to cover everything that you need to know to create any types of typography animations. A dedicated section for puppet pins and expressions will further expand your skill set. And then we're going to apply all the techniques together in a comprehensive final project and animate an entire scene like this from scratch. Each and every section of this course will have a dedicated final project to solidify your understanding before progressing to the next lesson. And you can access the assets and open files used in this course from the links provided in the description. And also you can check out the timestamps of each and every sections of this course from the description. So in case you already know the basics of After Effects, then you can directly jump onto the later sections and continue with the course. And also this course is uploaded as a playlist format. So in case you want to do this course in each and every sections in a separate video, then you can do that as well from the playlist link provided in the description. So that being said, without any further delay, let's dive right into After Effects and let's get started with lesson 1, the workspace. When you open up After Effects for the first time, this is the screen that you are going to see. Here you will see the list of the projects that you have recently worked on, and here there are a few options. We will not bother about this at the moment, so let's close the screen. Let's start with Workspace. In After Effects or in any other Creative Cloud softwares, Workspace is basically the combination of different panels. If you want to select a workspace, you can either select any of these options over here. Here we have few more options, or you can go to Windows, Workspace, and you get all the options for the workspace. Currently I am in all panels. By the way, if your all panels workspace is not looking exactly same as mine, you can go over here in Windows again, then workspace, and from here you can reset the workspace to last saved layout. And it should reset to the default settings. Now let's check out the other options in workspace. Go to Windows, Workspace. So let's select animation. You can see how the combination of the panels have changed. Now again, go to a different workspace. Let's select color. You can again see the few of the panels have changed. Again, let's click on default. You can again see the combination of panel again changed. Just few of the panels are common in almost all the workspace. That is this composition window, project panel, and the timeline. Now we're going to cover more about this in the next lesson, where we're going to cover the most commonly used panels and the user interface of After Effects in more details. Now let's get back to all panels again. Now we're going to check out how to create your own workspace and save it in After Effects. So in After Effects, you can create your own workspace according to your requirement. For example, I want this panel to be docked over here. So all you have to do is click and drag it outside. Right now you can see that some of the regions are highlighting, and if I bring it at this edge is highlighting. If I release the click, it's going to get docked over here. For example, I want this character panel to get docked over here. We can do that as well. Just you need to remember is that you have to release exactly at the point where this blue box is highlighting. Now it's docked over here. For example, I want motion sketch to dock it with mask interpolation. We can do that as well. Right now we can switch between both the panels like this. We want this to be docked over here. We can do that as well. Right now we have a division between these two sections. And just in case you tried it and messed up your workspace, then again go to Windows, Workspace, and reset all panels to saved layout. Now we are going to create our own workspace according to our requirement. In the right hand side, there are lots of panels over here. We don't need all of it. So we're going to close the ones we don't need. So if you select, you are going to expand the panel. If you right click on it, you get the option to close the panel. Click on it and it's closed. Same, we're going to do it with the panels that we don't need. Well, we need the paragraphs panel and the character panel. Also the align panel, we're going to keep it. We don't need the libraries panel. And we also don't need this audio panel and the info. Now we will have paragraph and the character panel in the separate section. Effects control panel is again in the separate section. And let's dock the align panel with the effects control panel. So the properties panel is a new update in After Effects 2023. In case you are using After Effects 2022 or older versions, the properties panel will not be available there. So now we're going to add two more panels in our workspace. One is the preview panel, another one is the effects control panel. Now, if you have closed a panel by mistake or some panel is missing from your workspace, then just go to Windows, and here you get all the options for the panels in After Effects. Right now, we need the preview panel. Click on it and it's going to pop up over here. And then we are going to add the effects control panel. So search for it. Here is the effects control panel and here it's added. Now I want the properties panel to be docked over here separately. And now we are going to scale down the panel. So from these edges, you can pull in or pull out to scale up or scale down the panels. Let's scale up this character panel a little bit and also this effects control panel. Alright, so this is going to be our workspace going forward. In case we need extra panels, we're going to add it later on. Now we're going to save this as a preset. So go to Windows, go to Workspace and save as a new workspace. Name the workspace and press OK. Now your workspace is saved as a preset. You can see over here, it's selected. Now if I switch to a different workspace, and now we want to get back to our own workspace. So here you have the option, but you can also go to Windows again, Workspace. And from here you can search for your own workspace. Here we have my first workspace. Click on it. We got back to our own workspace. Okay, now that we have covered the workspace in After Effects, let's move on with lesson 2, where we're going to understand the user interface of After Effects. First, we're going to check out the project panel in After Effects. So this is the project panel in After Effects. When you create a new composition or if you import something in After Effects, everything is going to show up over here. To understand it better, let's create a new composition. A composition in After Effects is like a movie clip sequence in Premiere Pro. So whenever you start working on something in After Effects, you have to first create a new composition for it, and it will have its separate timeline. So in After Effects, there are multiple ways to create a new composition. One way is clicking on this new composition button and there is a UI pop-up. Another way is go to composition and the new composition. You get the same UI pop-up. And the third way is in the project panel down here, if you click on this icon, you get the same UI pop-up. From here, you have to name the composition. From here, you have to adjust the resolution. I'm going to keep the width 1920, height 1080, and checking this to log the aspect ratio to 16:9. Pixel aspect ratio square pixels, frame rate I keep at 30 fps, resolution half. So this is not going to be the entire resolution of the render, it's just going to be the resolution of the preview composition. Start timecode 0 and the duration as 10 seconds. So the last section is for frames, then it's for seconds, then for minute, and then for hour. From here, you can change the color of the background of the composition. I'm going to keep it black for now and press OK. And here you created the very first composition in After Effects. And here you can see this is listed in the project panel. And the black screen you see over here is the composition window. Whatever work you do in After Effects, you will preview all your work here in this window. And this is the timeline panel in After Effects. Now let's check out how to import files in After Effects. There are multiple ways to import files in After Effects. One way is go to File and then Import and then click on File. You get the browsing window. Another way is you can simply click and drag it into After Effects. And the third way is double click here in the project panel and you get the same browsing window. From here you can browse the file and select the file. Now I have selected a video file. So in import as, you have to select it as a footage. And here you get the option to create a new composition with the video file. I'm going to uncheck it right now and click on import. Now when you try to import an Illustrator file, you want your illustration file to be imported in separate layers as the way you have divided the layers in Adobe Illustrator. So for that, in import as, you have to change it from footage to composition, retain layer size, and in import options you have to check this create composition and then click on import. Also, when you are importing a PSD file, you have to follow the similar process. You have to change this to composition, retain layer size, and then click on import. You will get another window pop up. From here you have to select this and here you have to select editable layer styles and click on OK. Now to bring something in the timeline, you have to select the file from the project panel and click and drag it and drop it in the timeline. This tick you see over here is the playhead, or it's also called the current time indicator. You can just move it around with the cursor to navigate the whole clip, or you can press spacebar in the keyboard to preview the whole animation or the video clip that you are working on, and you are going to preview everything on this screen. And in the project panel, if you double click on any composition, it's going to open up in a new timeline. And in the timeline panel, you work in layers. Now, if you are new to Adobe softwares and don't know how the layers work, then here is a little demonstration. Here, the yellow shape layer is at the top of all the layers, so it's completely visible. Then for the sky colored layer, the area that is intersecting with the yellow colored layer is not visible because it's below the yellow layer. Same with the green colored layer, the area that is intersecting with the sky and the yellow colored layer is not visible. And same is applicable for the violet and the red colored layer. Here in the timeline, if I pull the yellow layer below the red layer, you can see the area that is intersecting with the red layer is not visible for the yellow layer. And if I pull it below the aqua layer, the same is also happening over here as well. Oh, by the way, if you want to move a layer in the timeline, all you have to do is select the layer, click and drag it up to move it up, or click and drag down to move it down. Or you can use the shortcut key Ctrl plus the open square bracket to move it down and the close square bracket to move it up. And from this eye icon, you can toggle the visibility of a layer in timeline. The characters panel and the paragraphs panel are mainly used when we are working with text layers. So we are going to check it out when we are working with text layer in another lesson. Now we are going to check out the align panel in After Effects. So here we have three different shapes in this composition. Let's select one shape and let's place it at any random position. Go to align panel and we are going to click on align horizontally, and it's going to be aligned horizontally with the composition window. Now if we click on align vertically, it's also going to be aligned vertically with the composition window. So when you select a single shape, it's aligned with respect to the composition window. And we also have options like align left, it's going to be aligned with the left side of the composition window. And if we select align right, it's going to be aligned with the right side. If we click on align top, it's going to be aligned at the top. And if we click on the align bottom, it's going to be aligned with the bottom of the composition window. Now let's see how to align multiple shapes at the same time. So for that, let's select all these three shapes and let's separate it and reposition it to random places. And we are going to select all the three shapes and then go to align, and we're going to click on align vertically. And you can see all the three shapes are properly aligned. Now here in distribute layers, if we click on distribute horizontally, then all the three shapes will be properly distributed in equidistance. So this is how you can use the align panel in After Effects. From the preview panel, you can see some details regarding the preview of an animation. So from here, you can change the shortcut key for preview, but I'm going to keep it spacebar. And down here for the frame rate, keep it auto. Skip, if you increase skip to 1, 2 or 5 frames, it's going to skip 1 frame or 2 frame or 5 frames while you are previewing the animation. So when you are actually working on a heavy project, it helps, but right now I'm going to keep it 0. And the resolution, we're going to keep it auto for now. Next is the effects and presets panel. Here you can search for any effect that is already loaded in After Effects. So let's apply some blur on this video clip. Let's search for Gaussian blur and I'm going to apply this effect. So for that, I have to select the layer and double click on it. Once you apply the effect, here in the effects control panel, you can see the Gaussian blur effect is already applied in the fire animation video clip. From here, we can customize the effect. So we're going to increase the blur value to add some blur. And now you can see it's adding some blur in the scene. Now, of course, we can also add some keyframes. So you see this stopwatch icon. If you click on it, it's going to add a keyframe in the timeline. And if you select the layer and press U, you are going to open the property with the keyframes. Let's go few frames forward and let's add a keyframe over here. So right now, if you want to add a keyframe, you have to click on this icon to add a keyframe. Now let's move to the start and we're going to give the value of blurriness 0. And now you can see slowly it's getting blurred. Right now, you don't have to worry much about keyframes and how to animate. What I have shown you over here is just the tip of the iceberg of what After Effects is actually capable of. But in the next lesson and in the lessons after, we are going to cover all of this in details. Now we are going to check out the toolbar in After Effects. So this is the toolbar in After Effects. The first icon is the home icon. If we click on it, it's going to show up the home screen for After Effects. Now let's close this. The second is the selection tool. It's going to be selected by default, and as the name suggests, you can use this tool to select and move objects. Not only that, you can even scale up or scale down the object, or if you press and hold the shift key and then try to scale it down, it's going to scale down, keeping the X and the Y axis dimension same. With the hand tool, you can pan around the composition window or even in the timeline. With the zoom tool, you can zoom in, or if you press and hold the alt key and then click on it, it's going to zoom out as well. This is the rotation tool, with the help of which you can rotate a layer with respect to the anchor point. And there are lots of other tools in the toolbar which requires a detailed explanation. So we're going to discuss each of the tools in a separate lesson. Next, we are going to check out the menu bar in After Effects. So this is the menu bar in After Effects. The first option is File. Here you get all the options related to file. If you want to create a new file, you can create it from here. If you want to open another file, you can get options here. If you want to save the files, you get options. So you basically get all the options that are related to file. If you want to edit something, here is what you get for edit. If you want to copy paste, or let's select this layer and then click on edit, you get the option to copy, paste, and even duplicate, split, and lots of other options to edit the layer. Under compositions, you get the option for changing the composition settings and all the options related to a composition. Under layer, you get the options related to a layer such as blending modes, which we are going to cover in great details, track mattes, layer styles. There are lots of options that are only related to layers. Under the effects, you get all the effects that are available in After Effects. Of course, we are going to check it out in great details. Under animation, you will get option for animation such as keyframe assistant and all the other options related to keyframes, toggle hold keyframes, even add keyframes. Next, in the view, you get the option to make some changes in the composition window. If you want to zoom in, zoom out, you can do it from here. If you want to click zoom in, it's going to zoom in into the composition window. Now, if you click on zoom out, it's going to zoom out in the composition window. So these options are mainly for the composition window. Next is Windows. If you are missing any panels in your workspace, just come over here and search up. And if you find that option, just check it. It's going to pop up in your workspace. So we don't need it. Let's close it. And next is Help. It is basically a guide for After Effects or more details from Adobe. You can even check out keyboard shortcuts from here and all the other details or user manuals for After Effects. And finally, here is the Properties panel. If you select a layer, then go to the Properties panel. It's going to show up all the properties of that layer. So currently I have selected a video layer. So it's only showing up the layer transform properties, which is anchor point position, position property, scale, rotation, and opacity. But for shape layers, there are a lot of extra properties that will show up. So we will have a separate lesson for Properties panel. So we're going to address Properties panel in that particular lesson. Now that we are familiar with the user interface, let's move on with lesson 3, where we're going to create our very first animation in After Effects. So now we are in After Effects. Let's create a new composition. Let's click on this Create New Composition button and let's name the composition. Keeping the resolution as 1920 by 1080, which is a full HD resolution, and the frame rate as 30, and I'm going to keep the duration 10 seconds. And let's keep the background color black and press OK. Now let's import the illustration file. Double click on the project panel and we're going to import this illustration file. Go to Import As and click on Composition Written Layer Size. Check Create Composition and click on Import. So first let's check out how to organize your project panel. Right now we only have few compositions and some illustration layers, but it's always a good habit to organize your project panel from the very start, so that when you are sharing your After Effects file with someone else, then he or she might be able to use it without any confusion. And if you are working in a studio or collaborating with a team of artists, then this is the must-have skill. So down here in the project panel, you get an option to create a new folder. So I'm going to create a folder, name it composition or simply comp, and let's give an underscore so that it always stays at the top. And then I'm going to add another folder, name it AI for Adobe Illustrator files. So I'm going to select this layers icon, which contains all the illustration layers, and drag it and drop it inside the AI folder. I'm going to select the composition folder and create another folder to create the folder inside the composition folder, and let's name it underscore render. And I'm going to add another folder inside the composition and name it frames. Let's select the main composition and drag it inside the render, and the illustration file composition and drag it inside the frames. Let's select this composition and drag it and drop it in the timeline. So inside the render, we have the main composition, which we are finally going to render. And we're going to do all the animation inside this icons composition. Let's save the After Effects file before moving forward. So to save a file, go to File and you can click on Save, or you can use the shortcut key Ctrl+S. So press Ctrl+S and browse the folder where you are going to save the After Effects file. Here I'm going to save the file. Let's name it and click on Save. Or if you want to save another copy of this After Effects file, then you can even do Save As. So Ctrl+Shift+S is Save As, and you can again add another copy, and here you can change the name to version 1 or something like that and press on Save. Let's open the icons composition and let's add a new solid layer for the background. So right click anywhere here in the timeline and go to New, and click on solid. And you have to name the layer. Let's name it background, and keeping the width and the height same as the composition resolution, and press OK. And let's place it below all the layers, and we're going to lock this layer so that we don't select or edit this layer by mistake. Now let's start with the animation. Let's turn off the visibility of these two icons, and let's start with animating the FB icon. If you click on this arrow, here you get the transform property. If you click on this arrow, here you get all the transform properties of a layer. Let's start with animating the position property. So if you select the layer and press P, it's only going to open the position property of the layer. So the position property has currently X and the Y values. We're going to split the dimensions. So select the property and right click on it and click on separate dimensions. Here we have the X position and the Y position separated. Let's add a keyframe on the Y position property. For that, click on this stopwatch icon, and here we have added a keyframe in the timeline. So a keyframe in After Effects holds the value of that property in the given time in the timeline. For the position property, it holds the X and the Y values in pixels. For the scale property, it holds the amount of the scale in percentage. For the rotation property, it holds the value in degrees. For the anchor point, it holds the anchor point position, X and Y position values in pixels. And for the opacity, it holds the transparency values in percentage. Now let's press P to open the position property only, or press U to only open the properties with the keyframe. Let's jump on to next 15 frame. For that, we can drag this current time indicator and place it in the 15th frame, or else we can click on this time display and enter plus 15 and press enter, and the time indicator has jumped to the next 15th frame. And now we're going to add another keyframe over here. So to add another keyframe, if you click on this stopwatch again, it's going to remove the keyframes in this property in the timeline. So to add another keyframe, you have to click on this keyframe icon, and here another keyframe has been added. Now let's jump to the previous keyframe by pressing the J key in the keyboard. And now we're going to move the icon down. So you can either move the icon by clicking and dragging it with the help of cursor, but you have to press and hold the shift key at the same time so that it snaps in the same axis. Or else you can go to the properties and click and drag the value like this. And another way is pressing the down key in the keyboard to move it down, or you can press and hold the shift key and press the down key in the keyboard to move it down faster. Now when you create at least 2 keyframes in the timeline, After Effects will automatically create all the in-between frames, and this is called the interpolation. And if I drag the time indicator through the timeline, you can see the in-between frames over here. So when you animate any transform property of a layer, it animates with respect to the anchor point. But the opacity property doesn't depend on the anchor point. So let's preview the animation. By the way, the whole area you see over here is the work area. We can reduce the work area by clicking and dragging this work area end and pressing it to another position. Or we can even use the shortcut key N to move the work area end, and press B to move the work area start. But when you move the work area end, you have to remember that when we zoom into the timeline, it actually moves the work area end 1 frame after the time indicator. But when we move the work area start, it moves exactly at the position of the time indicator. Okay, so let's move the work area start at the start, and let's place the work area end over here. By the way, when you are animating in After Effects, remember to press Ctrl S in some interval so that it saves your work till that point of time. So if we preview the animation looks very mechanical and robotic. That's because these are linear keyframes. If we select the keyframes and check out the motion path, by the way, this path you see over here is the motion path. It shows from where it's starting and where it's going to end, and which path the object is going to follow. Now if we zoom into the composition window, we can see there are some dots over here. These are the individual frames. Now if we drag it here in the timeline, you can see the layer is jumping from one dot to the other. Now if we select the keyframe and simply press F9, it's going to change it to easy ease keyframe. Now you can see the spacing between the dots have changed a bit. Now if we play the animation right now, you can see it's more natural. It feels like it's starting slow and then accelerating and then deaccelerating to stop the animation. In the upcoming lesson, we're going to learn about all the different types of keyframes that are available in After Effects, so you don't have to worry about it too much at the moment. Now let's jump on to next 10 frame and let's add one keyframe over here, and let's jump on to next 7 frame and we're going to add another keyframe over here. Now let's jump on to the second frame and we're going to move the layer up by around minus 30 pixels. Let's jump on to the next keyframe and here we're going to move the layer by 8 pixels. So we can select the layer, and if we just enter +8, you don't have to properly calculate and enter the pixels. You just enter +8 or -8 here at the end of the number of pixels, and After Effects is going to do the maths. And here it gets back to the final position. Now if we preview it, this extra keyframes added a better feel to the overall animation. And what I have done over here is we have added a little bit of overshoot. Now let's animate the scale property of the layer. So press S to open the scale property and add a keyframe by clicking on the stopwatch icon. Press U to open the properties with keyframe, and let's jump on to the next keyframe and let's add a keyframe. And here we're going to give the scale 0%, and then we will add another keyframe over here, another one over here. Here we are going to increase the scale by around 6%, and next we're going to decrease the scale by around 2%, so -2, and here it gets back to the final pose. Select the keyframes, press F9 to easy ease the keyframe. Now let's preview the animation. Now to add more detail to the animation, we can even animate the opacity property. So select the layer. To open the opacity property, you have to press T in the keyboard. And let's add a keyframe by clicking on the stopwatch. Press U to open the properties with keyframe. And let's jump onto the next frame and let's add a keyframe over here. And let's jump onto the first frame. We're going to give the opacity completely 0. Let's select the keyframe and press F9 to ease the keyframe. And here you have an icon pop up. Okay, now to animate the other two icons, you can either repeat the whole process or you can simply copy and paste the keyframes. For the position property, we have separated the dimension. So for these two layers, again, we have to separate the dimension of the position property. By the way, if you want to select a layer, you can click on it, or if you want to select multiple layers, then first select one layer and then press and hold the shift key and then click on the last layer, and all the layers in between are selected. But if you want to select two layers and skip few layers in between, then select one layer, press and hold the control key and then click on the other layer, and right now both these two layers are selected and this one is not selected. Okay, now we're going to do the same for the position property. So select both the position property by pressing and holding the control key in the keyboard, right click, separate dimensions. Now we're going to copy the keyframes, select both these two layers, Ctrl+V to paste the keyframes. So when you paste the keyframes, it's going to paste the keyframes from the current time indicator. But we want the animation to start from the start of the work area. So select the keyframes and move it and drag it and place it over here. So let's preview the animation, and here you can see all the three icons are animating. So we have pasted only the Y position property of the keyframes. Since we have separated the dimension, it has not affected anything with the X position of any of these two layers. And right now I don't want all the three icons popping up at the same time. We want some delay in each of the icons. So for that, let's select these two layers. Let's move to next 3 frame and we're going to move the layer and start it from here. let's again jump to next 3 frame and let's move this layer and start it from here. And also let's select all the 3 layers and let's start the whole animation from the second frame. And also let's expand the work area a little bit. Yeah, this one is looking a lot better. What we have done over here is we have just offsetted the keyframes to delay each of the animations from one another. Now that we have created our very first animation in After Effects, let's move on with lesson 4, where we're going to check out the best settings to render out animations in all these formats. So let's get back to After Effects again. This is the animation that we are going to render in this video in all these formats. By the way, we have created this animation in the last lesson. If you haven't checked it out yet, you can go through the link in the description or you can click on the I button on the top right corner to check out the tutorial. First, let's check out how to render MP4 file. While rendering, the very first thing that you need to keep in mind is that you have to set the work area. The area that is inside the work area is only going to render. And it is valid for all the formats. So right now our whole animation is inside the work area. Oh, one more thing. When you go to the composition settings and set the background color, this background color is not going to render. You can see it while you are previewing the animation in After Effects, but after that, when you try to render it out, it is not going to render. It is basically going to look exactly like this. So if you don't have a solid layer background, the final render is going to look something like this. So it is going to render out with a black background. So due to this reason, I have added a solid background with white fill so that when we render out the animation, it has a solid colored background. Now to render it out in MP4 file, go to File, Export, and right now we are going to select Add to Render Queue. Click on it and here it is added in the render queue. Now from here, click on Best Settings. Here in most of the cases, you would need to select Best Resolution if you want to render it in full resolution of the given composition. For this case, it's 1920 by 1080. Then you have to keep it full. If you click on half, it's going to render it in this resolution. If it's a full HD resolution then, and if you click on third, it is going to decrease the resolution even further. In most of the cases, you would like to keep it full and press OK. Now here, you have to select the file format. Render in MP4, you have to select H264, this one, and keep rest of the settings as it is and press OK. Now you have to specify the destination where you want to render the final file and browse the destination and name the file and click on Save and then click on Render. Now the video file is rendered. Next is rendering AVI files. Again, go to File, Export, Add to Render Queue. Then click on Output Module and from here you have to select AVI and press OK. Again, select the destination and rename the file and click on Save and click on Render. And now you have your AVI file rendered. But the problem of rendering with AVI is with MP4, you can see the size is around 368 KB. But with AVI, it's 320 MB, even though it's just a second long video. So AVI file formats consumes up a lot of space because of its almost uncompressed outputs compared to what we get from MP4 or MOV file types. Now let's check out how to render a video file with transparent background. So for that, first let's get inside the composition and turn off the background solid layer, because if you have a shape background or a solid background, then it doesn't make any sense to render it out with transparent background. Now get inside this composition, go to File, Export, Add to Render, then go to the Output Module settings, select AVI, Channels, RGB plus Alpha, and keep the other settings as it is and press OK. Specify the export destination and rename the file and then click on Render. And now if I import it in After Effects, you can see the video file has a transparent background. Now let's render in MOV file format. Again, add to render queue. This time go to Output Module and in Format you have to select QuickTime. In case QuickTime is not available here in this option, go to Google and search QuickTime and From the first link, download the latest version and install it. Then you should get the QuickTime option over here. And then we are going to press OK and then select the destination and rename the file and then render. Now to check the MOV file, you have to use the QuickTime player. And here you have the rendered file in MOV format. Now let's check out how to export PNG sequence. Go to File, go to Export and then Add to Render Queue. Go to Output Module Settings. From the format, select PNG sequence and click on OK. Then select the destination and rename the folder and click on Save and Render. Now you have a separate folder inside which you have all the frames of the animation in PNG file. And if you want to render out PNG sequence with transparent background, first make sure there is no solid colored background in your animation and then go to the render queue. And in the output module settings, format should be PNG sequence and the channel should be RGB plus alpha. Keep the rest of the settings as it is and you have to render it out in the settings. Now let's check out how to render animated GIF. To render animated GIF, we are going to use another software called Adobe Media Encoder. And if you have Adobe Creative Cloud subscription, then you will have this software in your plan. So just go to Creative Cloud, All Apps and download the Media Encoder from here. Now in After Effects, go to File, Export and Add to Media Encoder queue. Now the Media Encoder will open up and you have the file listed in the render queue. Now click over here. From the format, we have to select Animated GIF and for the preset, if you select Animated GIF Match Source, it's going to have a color background. In this case, it's going to be black. But if you select Animated GIF with Transparency, then it is going to have a transparent background. In most of the cases, you would need this. So click on this one and from here you can select the output destination and then rename the file and then press OK. And then click on this play button. Now if I bring this GIF file in After Effects, you can see it has a transparent background. So these are the most used render formats that you would need to know for now. And now it's time for the bonus tip, where we're going to learn how to import PNG sequence in After Effects. So double click on the project panel and get inside the PNG sequence file. Select the very first frame of the PNG sequence. Check the PNG sequence over here. From here, you have to select footage and check create composition and then click on import. And now your PNG sequence is imported in After Effects. So let's compare it with the MP4 render. Now let's solo the layer. Here you can see the length is exactly same even for the PNG sequence, but in some cases this may not be the case. For that you have to select the PNG sequence in project panel, right click on it, go to interpret footage and click on main. And from here you have to adjust the frame rate. You have to keep the frame rate exactly same as the video clip. Right now it's exactly same as the video clip, so there's no issue, but sometimes the PNG sequence lengths are either smaller or bigger. So in that case, you have to adjust the frame rate. And if you are using the older version of After Effects, you may not get H264 in the file format for the default renderer in After Effects. In that case, you can use Adobe Media Encoder. So click on Presets. From the format, select H264 preset. You can keep it match source high bitrate, and in the video section here down at the bottom in the target bitrate, if you decrease the value of the target bitrate, you can actually compress the file and decrease the file size, but don't decrease it too much, otherwise it's going to actually impact the picture quality of the overall animation. Okay, so we have started the course by understanding the workspace, and then we have further expanded our understanding by exploring the user interface, and then we have created our very first animation, and then we have learned how to render in After Effects. And now let's move on to lesson 5. So this is going to be one of the most important concepts in After Effects, and that is the keyframes. And in this lesson, we will learn all the different types of keyframes that are there in After Effects. So keyframes define the value of a property at a given time. So let's understand with an example. So here we have a shape layer. Let's open the transform property and let's add a keyframe on the position property by clicking on this stopwatch. And by default, After Effects adds a linear keyframe which looks like a diamond shape icon like this. Now let's select the shape and place it in one of the corner. As I'm moving the shape, you can see the X and the Y position value is changing. And let's place it over here. This X and the Y position value you can see over here. These values are stored in this keyframe. Now let's jump on to next 2 seconds and let's select the shape and place it over here. And in this process, you can see After Effects has created another keyframe over here which stores the value of the X and the Y position property. So to be exact, the anchor point position of this shape layer at this position. And as we have created 2 keyframes in the position property, you can see there's a line that is joining these 2 position keyframes. And when I move the time indicator in between this keyframe, the shape is also moving. That means After Effects has automatically created the in-between frames. And if you zoom into the preview panel, you can see the dots over here. And if you press page down, you can jump onto the next frame. As you navigate through the frame, you can see that the shape is jumping from one dot to the other. So these dots represents a single frame in the timeline. Right now, all these dots have equal distance because these keyframes are linear keyframes. Now let's add few more in between keyframes. So let's place the time indicator over here and let's move the shape and move it down over here. And let's move the playhead over here and let's move the shape and place it over here. Now as we have added few extra keyframes in between, the motion path also changed and the dots in between has also changed to complete the whole animation. And if we preview the animation, you can see the shape is following this zigzag path instead of the straight path. And the way After Effects is adding in between frames by taking the information from these 4 keyframes is called keyframe interpolation. So there are 2 different types of interpolation in After Effects: temporal interpolation and spatial interpolation. Now if you select the keyframes and right click on any of the keyframe, here we get an option called keyframe interpolation. Click on it. Here you get 2 different interpolation options. The temporal interpolation says it affects how the property changes over time in the timeline. And for the spatial interpolation, it affects the shape of the path, that means the motion path, in the composition or the layer panel. So in simple terms, whenever we do any changes in this window, that means changing the position or changing the motion path, we are making changes to the spatial interpolation. And when we make any changes in the timeline, we are changing the temporal interpolation. Now you can even check it yourself. Select the keyframes and again right click on it, go to keyframe interpolation. From spatial interpolation, let's click on Bezier and you can see it has changed the motion path. So right now the paths are more smooth and more natural, and the shape is going to follow this path. Okay, now let's check out 4 different types of keyframes in After Effects: linear, easy-ease, roving, and the hold keyframes. Let's start with comparing linear with easy-ease keyframes. Till now, we already know what are linear keyframes. When we add the very first keyframe in the property, by default, After Effects adds a linear keyframe and it looks like the diamond icon like this. So with linear keyframes, you get a very linear movement. All the in-between frames, in between the keyframes are spread out in equal distance. And you can check it out with these dots over here on the motion path. Each of the dots you see over here are a single frame in the timeline. And if we compare it with a easy-ease keyframe, you can see the difference between the spacing between the dots. As the dots gets closer to the keyframes in the easy-ease keyframes, the space between the dots keeps decreasing. So in this mid portion, the space between the dots are maximum, which means is that the lower the space between the frames, the slower that object is going to move, and more the space between the frames, the faster that particular object is going to move. So to understand it better, I have also applied an echo effect. Here you can clearly see the difference between the spacing. Here in the linear keyframes, you can see the in-between frames are in equal distance. It has a continuous motion due to which it starts and stops abruptly. But with easy ease keyframes, you can see the space between the frames are less near the keyframe, and in the mid portion the space between the frames are maximum. And due to this, in easy ease keyframes, the shape is starting slow, then accelerating, and then deaccelerating and stopping in the next keyframe, then again continuing the same process. Now if we check out the motion graph editor of linear keyframes, so we are in speed graph at the moment. Here the values are represented in speed. So here you can see the speed between the keyframes is constant, then again in between this keyframe is constant, and there is no intersection between the change in speed. Now if we check the same graph for the easiest keyframe, you can see for easiest keyframe it again smooths out. It is starting from 0, then accelerating. Here it has the maximum speed, and then again deaccelerating, then again accelerating. Here it gets the maximum speed, then again deaccelerating. And due to which, with easy ease keyframes, in each and every keyframe, the shape is stopping and then again accelerating. And we have 3 different types of eased keyframes in After Effects: ease in, ease out, and ease ease. Now let's compare these 3. So to convert a linear keyframe into ease in keyframe, select the keyframe, right click on it, go to Keyframe Assistant, and here you get ease in, and the shortcut key is Shift plus F9, and this is how an ease in keyframe looks like. To convert linear keyframe into ease out keyframe, again right click on it, go to Keyframe Assistant, and here you get easy ease out, and the shortcut key is Ctrl plus Shift plus F9, and this is how the ease out keyframes looks like. The direction is exactly opposite to ease in keyframe. And to convert linear keyframes into easy ease keyframes, again you can right click on it, go to Keyframe Assistant and click on easy ease, or simply press F9 in the keyboard. So let's observe the motion from the motion graph editor. For the ease in keyframe, the shape is starting fast and then stopping slowly. For the ease out keyframe, so here the shape is starting slow with an ease and stopping fast with an abrupt movement. With easy ease keyframe, it's basically the combination of ease in and ease out keyframe. Here the shape starts slowly with an ease, then accelerates, reaches its maximum speed at the middle portion, and then deaccelerates and stops slowly with an ease. And if we preview the animation, you can see the same movement over here. And if we check it out with the same effect, here in ease in, you can see the spacing between the in-between frames are more compared to at the end. At the end, pacing are more compact, so that means it is deaccelerating and then stopping. For ease out, the spacing of the frames at the start is very compact, and by the end it is getting spread out. That's why it is stopping abruptly but starting with a slow movement. And for easy ease, we have the in-between frames compressed in both the ends, and in between we have the in-between frames spread out. That means in this region the shape is moving at a maximum speed. And now let's compare the roving keyframe with the easy ease and the linear keyframe. So to convert a linear keyframe into roving keyframe, select the keyframes and press and hold the Ctrl key and simply click on it. And here the keyframes are converted to roving keyframe. And this is how a roving keyframe looks like. So if we check out the animation, you can see the roving keyframe looks more or less similar to the linear keyframes, but there is a little difference between these two. We can easily spot the difference from the motion graph editor. So let's jump onto the motion graph editor of roving keyframe and let's compare linear keyframe side by side. So in linear keyframe we have straight lines, simple straight lines, but for roving keyframe we have a little curved movement and the overall curve is smooth. There is no abrupt movement over here. And here for the linear keyframes, the bezier handles are not attached. But for the roving keyframe, the bezier handle is attached. Same for this one as well, and due to which at this points the roving keyframe has a smooth movement, but the linear keyframe still has a little abrupt movement. And if we compare the roving keyframe with easy ease keyframe, here you can see a lot of difference. For easy ease keyframe, the shape is starting slowly, accelerating, reaches the maximum speed, then again deaccelerating, then again repeating the same process. But for roving keyframe, it just smooth out the point where there is a change in speed to make the overall movement smooth. And also for the roving keyframe, if you jump onto the motion graph editor and if you try to change the easing between the keyframes, it is going to instantly change into an easy ease keyframe. So this is what you have to keep in mind. You can do some temporal interpolation changes, like you can change the timing, but you cannot change the ease while keeping the keyframes as a roving keyframe. Now let's check out the hold keyframes. To change linear keyframes into hold keyframes, select the keyframes and press and hold the Control key plus the Alt key and then click on it. And here the keyframes are converted to hold keyframes. And the hold keyframes are very simple. It just cancels out the entire interpolation between the keyframes. It just shows the frames that has keyframes. And you can see the same with the motion graph editor. Here in the motion graph editor, all the keyframes are in a single line at 0. So for the hold keyframe, it holds the frame after the keyframe. So suppose if I convert this keyframe into a hold keyframe and this has a linear keyframe. If we play the animation, you can see from here to here there is keyframe interpolation, but from here to here there is no interpolation. So it is holding the frame, and then once it reaches the next linear keyframe, from here we again have the linear animation. Now we're going to check out row across time keyframes. To convert keyframes into row across time keyframes, select the in-between keyframes, right-click on it, and then select row across time. And here the keyframes are changed to small dot-like shapes. Now if we preview the animation, you can notice that there is no abrupt movement in between the keyframes. There is a very smooth movement in between where we have the roving keyframes. And also if I try to adjust the time by moving the last keyframe, you can see the in-between row across time keyframes adjusted itself by keeping the same proportion. But if you try to do any changes in the temporal interpolation for this roving keyframes, it's going to change back to the previous keyframes. So it was a easy ease keyframe, so it just gets back to the easy ease keyframe. That's because roving keyframes only have positional data but don't have any temporal data. And roving keyframes are mostly used to smooth out the movement in a curved motion path. And now it's time for the final example. So here we have 3 shape blockade, and this circle is going to enter the screen and dodge all the 3 shapes and get out of the screen. So let's start with adding a keyframe in the position property by clicking on the stopwatch. And let's select the shape and place it outside the screen. Let's jump on to next 6 frame and place the shape over here. Let's jump on to next 6 frame again and place the shape over here. Again, let's jump on to next 6 frame and place it over here. Again, next 6 frame and place it over here. Again, next 6 frame and place it over here. Again, next 6 frame and place it over here. Again, next 6 frame and place it over here. Again, let's jump on to next 6 frame and place it over here. So here the shape is going to rotate in a circular path and then get out of the screen by dodging all the shapes. So let's jump on to next 6 frame and let's place the shape over here. Again, let's jump on to next 6 frame and place it over here. Again, let's jump on to next 6 frame and let's place the shape over here. And finally, let's jump on to next 6 frame again. And here the circle is going to get out of the screen. Okay, now let's select the keyframes. Right click on it, go to keyframe interpolation. In the spatial interpolation, we are going to change to continuous Bezier and press OK. With continuous Bezier, we get these Bezier handles which are locked. So we are going to smooth out the motion path by adjusting the Bezier handles. And if necessary, you can even change the position of the ball for any keyframes by selecting any keyframe in the composition window itself and simply drag it over here. And from here, you can even adjust the keyframe value as well. So here I have the final motion path. Let's preview the animation. Well, the overall animation is not that smooth, and also here the circle is passing through this arc which we don't want. Okay, now let's start with converting the very first keyframe as a is out keyframe, and let's convert this keyframe into an easy is keyframe. So press F9. And in between, we're going to convert it into roving keyframe. So press and hold the Control key and click on it to convert the linear keyframes into roving keyframe. And then I'm going to add another keyframe over here. And let's convert this keyframe into a hold keyframe. From here it's going to hold the frame, and from here it's going to start moving. So it would look like the circle is teleporting from this position to this position. At the end, we're going to convert this keyframe into is in keyframe. And let's convert this into a roving keyframe, and we're going to select all this linear keyframe and apply rove across time. Now let's preview the animation. Well, it is not perfect. There are some issues over here, but it's at least better than what we got with the linear keyframes. Now to smooth up the overall animation, we are simply going to select all this keyframe and apply rove across time. And let's select this keyframe and move the keyframe over here. And let's preview it once more. So right now it's looking a lot better, and it has a smooth movement throughout the curved path. And we haven't touched the motion graph editor at all. So with the help of motion graph editor, we can make this animation even better. Now let's move on to lesson 6, the motion graph editor. So as I mentioned earlier, this is going to be the most important topic in this entire course. So follow it very carefully. So there are two different types of motion graphs in After Effects, the value graph and the speed graph. In this lesson, we will learn how to use the value graph, and in the next lesson, the lesson 7, we will explore the possibilities with the speed graph. So now let's begin by understanding what exactly is the value graph. So here we have a very simple position animation in a single dimension. And now let's check out the value graph. So select the property and get to the motion graph editor. For that, click on this graph icon here in the timeline, and here you have the value graph. Now, if you have different graphs selected over here, click over here and select edit value graph from here. Well, there is a problem with value graph in After Effects. When you are using the position property, you cannot use the value graph until you separate the dimensions. And that is not just limited to position property, it is also valid for other path-based properties such as the shape path property. So first we have to separate the dimension. So select the position property, right click on it and separate dimensions. And now we can delete the keyframe from y-axis and only work with x-axis. So here is the value graph editor, and right now we have simple linear keyframes. So that's why we have a straight line. So let's press F9 to erase the keyframes. So the value graph represents the value over time. And in this case, we are working with the position property. So here the position is calculated in pixels over time. And with a basic easy ease keyframe, we got a simple S-curve. So in a value graph, when you see a flat area, that means over here and over here, the shape is deaccelerating to stop the motion or accelerating at the start of the animation. And in the region where you see a steep curve, in that region, the shape is moving the fastest in this entire animation. So in simple terms, in value graphs, steepness equals speed. And with the basic easy ease keyframe, you already know the shape starts slowly, accelerates, reaches its maximum speed, that means at this particular region, and here we have a steep curve, and then deaccelerate to stop the motion. And if you notice the onion scaling effect for the in-between frames of this animation, you can notice the same. In both of these ends, we have the in-between frames compressed in both the ends, that means in these two ends, the shape is moving slowly, and in between, the spacing is maximum, that means at this region, the shape is moving at a maximum speed. Now let's check out how to use the value graph editor. So here we have a simple to and fro motion with easy ease keyframes in a single dimension. Now let's check out the value graph editor of this animation. So in the value graph, these handles you see over here are the Bezier handles. So with the help of the Bezier handles, you can change the curvature of the curve. And in this case, if you change the curvature, you can directly change the easing of the motion graph. Now when you try to select the Bezier handles and try to pull it, it is not going to snap in any of the axes. So to snap it in either of the axes, you have to pull it in that direction and then press and hold the shift key. And when I am pulling the Bezier handles, it is only moving in the x-axis itself. And when you pull the Bezier handles, you actually add more ease to it. And you can notice how the onion skinning is being affected while I am pulling these bezier handles and adding more ease or decreasing the ease. That means when I'm pulling the bezier handles and giving it more ease, the in-between keyframes, the in-between frames are more compressed over here. So the more I pull the bezier handles, I'm adding more ease. That means in this particular region, the shape is going to move really slow. And as I have pulled the bezier handles to add more ease over here, the mid section where it had the maximum speed is no longer the mid section of these two keyframes. The point the shape is going to achieve the maximum speed has also shifted in this side. Now if you check it out in the onion skinning, at this particular region the shape is going to move at a maximum speed and the in-between frames are more spread out than before. That means at this particular region the shape is going to move really fast. So let's preview the animation for a moment. Let's check out what's the difference now. You can easily spot the difference over here. From here to here the shape is starting very slow and then moving very fast, and then from here to here we have a normal easy ease movement. Now if we pull all the bezier handles and add more ease to all the keyframes, you can see we have made the animation even more interesting. Now at the mid portion of this motion path, the shape is moving really fast, and in both the ends the shape is taking more time to travel. Now what happens if we make the exact opposite of this? Now if I select this bezier handle and make it stiff, remember what I have mentioned earlier, in value graph stiffness equals speed. So here we have an ease, here the curve is stiff, and let's make these bezier handles also stiff and let's check out how it looks. Now you can see how just by changing the direction of the bezier handle we can change the overall feel of the animation. So now it looks like the ball is hitting an invisible wall every time it reaches over here. And now let's change the bezier handle direction of these two bezier handles. So let's change the direction of this bezier handle. Oh, by the way, if the bezier handles are locked, then you can unlock it by pressing and holding the Alt key. And now when you bring the cursor near the bezier handle, you can see how the cursor has changed. Now if you select and drag the bezier handle, you can break the bezier handle. Now if you again press and hold the Alt key and try to drag the bezier handle, you are going to again lock the bezier handle from both the side. So let's make this curve stiff as well. And now it feels like the shape is hitting wall in both the ends, and in between the shape is moving the slowest. And if we compare the motion curve with the onion skinning, for this curve the bezier handles are completely stiff, and the more we travel towards the center of the curve, we get flat curve. That means eased curve. And due to this reason, in the onion skinning effect, the in-between frames are most compressed in this region. The same is also valid for this curve as well. And now I'm going to share with you some top secret tricks with the value graph editor to attain a smooth motion in After Effects. Alright, so now we are going to redo the assignment from the keyframes lesson using the value graph editor. So the ball is going to enter the screen, dodge all the shapes, and then gets outside the screen. Okay, let's select the ball layer, open the position property and separate the dimension. Now let's add keyframe on the X and the Y axis. Let's place the ball outside the screen. Let's jump on to next 20 frame and let's bring it inside the screen, and we're going to place it over here. One more thing, when you separate the dimension of the position property, you lose the control of adding curve to the motion path or bringing the bezier handles to change the curvature. So while separating the dimension, you get the option to use the value graph editor, but you lose the control to change the motion path in the composition window. So this is what you have to keep in mind while you are separating the dimensions of the position property. Now let's jump on to next 20 frames again and let's place the ball over here. Let's jump on to next 20 frames and let's place it over here. Again jump on to next 20 frame and let's place the ball and move it outside the screen. Let's select the Y position property, press F9 to erase the keyframes. As we have erased the keyframes, you can instantly see how the erased keyframes have added curvature to the motion path and overall smooth out the overall motion path. Now if we jump onto the value graph editor and try to change the easing, we can further change the curvature with the motion graph editor itself. So this is one way with which you can change the motion path in the composition window when you have the position properties dimensions separated. Okay, now let's start the animation with a stiff curve. So let's select the Bezier handle and make this stiff. Now let's select this Bezier handle and we are going to first lock the Bezier handle. So select the keyframe. There is another way to lock the Bezier handle. You can click on this icon called Auto Bezier. If you click on it, the Bezier handles are completely locked. Now you can press and hold the shift key to completely snap it in the x-axis and pull the Bezier handle. Again, let's select this and lock it. And now if you want to unlock the Bezier handle, then press and hold the Alt key and then click and drag. And if it's not unlocked yet, then again press and hold the Alt key and drag it again. It's going to unlock. Okay, let's add ease on this side as well. Let's select this one and again lock the Bezier handles and let's add ease here as well, and also for this one. Now let's preview the animation. Well, it's already looking pretty good, and now we're going to add even more ease where the Bezier handles are eased out. And also I would like to add an ease at the start as well. And here is another trick I generally use while I'm adding hard ease is that I don't keep the Bezier handles completely flat. When you keep the Bezier handles completely flat, that means at this position the speed is going to be completely zero. But if you slightly tilt the Bezier handles very little, not too much, then the speed is not going to be completely zero. It is going to be near zero, but it is still going to travel at a very slow speed. So that is what we are going to do. We are going to add the ease, but at the same time, we are not going to stop the shape at any point of time. So select this one as well. Let's add again a hard ease. At the same time, we are going to add a little tilt in the Bezier handles. And now if you preview the overall animation, you can notice that the overall feel of the animation has changed a bit. So now the animation is looking even better. So to add some more ease in this region, you can either pull the Bezier handles even more, but there is a better way. You can actually add a keyframe here in the motion graph itself. So for that, you have to press and hold the control key and now the cursor have changed. If you click on the graph, you have added a keyframe over here. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to move the curve above. But note that you are not going to move the curve above this one because this is the maximum height the ball is going to travel over here. So we have to keep in mind about that. And let's add some more ease in this Bezier handle as well. Let's do the same over here. Let's pull it above. We can do the same for this one as well. And let's add another keyframe over here and let's pull it this side. So for the value graph, all you have to make sure is that the overall curve is looking smooth. That is all you have to take care of. Alright, let's check out the animation now. Now you can notice a different feel to the animation. We get a very snappy movement in this portion of the movement. So like this, just by changing the direction of the Bezier handle, you can give an overall different feel to the animation. And now it's time for the ball bounce animation. So let's open the position property, separate the dimension. We're going to start with animating only the y-axis. Let's add a keyframe and let's jump on to next 15 frame. And let's move the ball up to this height. And let's jump on to next 15 frame again. And let's copy this keyframe. Ctrl-C to copy and Ctrl-V to paste it over here. Let's select the keyframe. Press F9 to erase it. Jump onto the motion graph editor. The value graph. So select the value graph and we're going to make both these two sides stiff with the Bezier handle because the ball is falling under gravity. And here we are going to add even more ease because that's the maximum height the ball is going to reach after striking the ground. Okay, let's bring the work area end over here and let's play it in a loop. So it's looking pretty decent, so we're going to go with this one. Now, if you want to stop the ball bouncing after a certain time, then you have to follow a decay curve for the maximum height the ball reaches each time after a bounce. And also the number of bounce may vary depending on the mass of the ball. So a golf ball will have a significant number of more bounces compared to a bowling ball. And we are considering this ball as something similar to a golf ball. So let's create a decay curve with the help of the value graph editor. So let's duplicate this layer one more time. Press it below and press U to open the position. Delete the first keyframe and let's place this keyframe over here. And let's jump on to around 3 second 25 frames. And let's place this keyframe over here. And let's bring the work area end around here. And let's jump on to the value graph editor. And is this Bezier handle, and we're going to make this Bezier handle stiff. So this is the decay curve that we're going to follow for the ball bounce. Now, if you are animating a golf ball or something similar, then the decay curve will be similar to this one. But if it's a bowling ball or a very heavy ball, then you can simply increase the ease and increase the stiffness. And you can follow a curve similar to this one. Depending on the mass, you can increase the ease and the stiffness from these both ends. But we're going to follow this curve. So let's select this motion graph editor and we're going to click on this so that this curve is always visible over here. Now one more thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to match the height with the fast cycle of the bounce. So let's place it over here and this one looks good. So let's turn off the visibility of this ball. So the first cycle of the ball bounce took around 30 frames. The next cycle should be lesser than this one, so let's keep it 24 frames. So let's jump on to next 24 frame and let's add a keyframe over here. So to add a keyframe in the motion graph editor, press and hold the control key. The cursor have changed to this icon and now click on the motion graph editor. You have added a keyframe over here. Now pull the Bezier handle and make both the Bezier handles stiff. And also make sure the inclination of both the side of the Bezier handle are similar to get a proper symmetric arc. Now let's jump on to next 18 frame and let's add a keyframe. And let's pull the Bezier handles. And if the Bezier handles of both the sides are locked like this, just press and hold the Alt key to unlock the Bezier handle or to break the both side of the Bezier handles. Next jump on to next 14 frame and let's add a keyframe. Again pull the Bezier handles. Now next 10 frame. Now next 7 frame. By the way, you can zoom into the motion graph editor by pressing the plus key and zoom out by pressing the minus key. So let's zoom in and properly adjust the motion graph editor. Now let's jump on to next 5 frame and let's add a keyframe. And next 3 frame and let's add the very last bounce of this ball bounce animation. Let's preview the animation. So we're going to add a keyframe on the x-axis on the very first frame and let's add another keyframe on the x-axis few frames after the ball stops bouncing. So around here. Let's add a keyframe and let's move the ball over here. At the first frame, we are going to bring the ball from outside the screen. So select this keyframe and press F9 to erase it. And we are going to add a little rotation. So let's add a keyframe on rotation property. Let's jump on to the very last keyframe of the x-axis. And we are going to give 2 extra frames for rotation. Let's add a keyframe over here and let's rotate it by 3 full rotations. And again, erase it. And let's check out the animation. And here you have a proper ball bounce animation just following a few simple steps. Now let's see how to animate the ball bounce in perspective. So this is the perspective line the ball is going to follow and the vanishing point is somewhere around here. So select all the keyframes from this ball, copy it and paste it on this ball shape layer. And let's remove the keyframes from the rotation property. Okay, now let's select all the keyframes and move the ball over here so that we can move the whole animation with it. And now we're going to reposition the y-axis keyframes for each of the bounds. And let's compress the entire animation in x-axis so the whole animation fits within this line. And finally, I'm going to fix the position of this y position property. And then let's add a keyframe on the scale property. And let's move it over here. And we're going to give the scale 0. And here we can increase the scale by around 250. And let's turn up the visibility of this perspective line. And let's jump onto the motion graph editor of the X position property. And let's convert this keyframe into easiest keyframe, and we're going to make this curve stiff like this, because in this region the ball is near the camera and with time it is going further away from the camera. So when it is near the camera, it should appear like it's moving faster compared to when it is moving away from the camera. And we're going to give a similar motion curve for the scale property as well. So let's make this side stiff and let's ease at the end. So let's check out the animation. Alright, so here you have it. Okay, so that was all about the value graph in After Effects. And now let's move on to lesson 7, where we are going to learn the possibilities with the speed graph in After Effects. So let's start by understanding what exactly is the speed graph. So here we have a basic animation with the linear keyframes in a curved motion path. Let's ease the keyframe by pressing F9 and let's jump onto the motion graph editor. So for that we have to click over here. Now we are already in the speed graph editor. But in case the value graph is selected, then click over here and from here you have to select edit speed graph. The speed graph represents speed over time, and right now we are animating the position property, and in After Effects distance is measured in pixels per second over time. And in the speed graph editor, this black line you see here, the speed is absolutely 0. And the higher you travel from this line, the faster the object is going to animate. So in simple terms, in speed graph, height equals speed. And as these keyframes are easy-ease keyframes, we already know how a shape animates with easy-ease keyframes. And if we observe this motion curve, then the shape is starting from 0 and then accelerates. And here is the peak of this graph where the shape reaches the maximum speed and then again deaccelerates to stop the animation. And in the speed graph, we have these Bezier handles. If we pull the Bezier handle and extend the length of the Bezier handle, we change the influence of this keyframe on this side of the motion graph. And if I pull the Bezier handle of this side of the keyframe, then I am changing the influence of this keyframe on this side of the motion graph. And if we observe the onion skin of this shape, you can again notice the same. The more I pull the Bezier handle, and increase the influence of this keyframe, more the in-between frames are compressed towards that keyframe. That means it's adding more ease to that keyframe. And the same thing will happen for this Bezier handle as well. Oh, by the way, when you are trying to pull the Bezier handle in the speed graph editor, you may face this issue like it's moving in the y-axis. So for that, first of all, you have to turn on this snap and then you have to press and hold the shift key and it is going to be properly snapped on the line where we have the speed complete 0. Now if we check out the animation, you can notice that this area has more ease compared to these two keyframes. And now if we change the height of this keyframe, like I mentioned earlier in speed graph, height represents speed. So here you can notice that how by changing the height, it is also changing the speed of this keyframe. Now if we double click on this keyframe, from here you can actually change the speed of the keyframe and also the incoming and the outgoing influence. Now here we don't have any Bezier handle this side, so the speed is 0. But here, so from this side the animation is starting, so here we have the speed. So if we give it around 1500, the speed will be 1500, and if we increase the influence, it is also going to increase the influence. Let's click on it. Now you can see the speed is 1500. And now if we preview the animation, you can see the animation is starting very fast, then here it has an ease, and then again stopping slowly with deceleration. Again, if we change the influence of this keyframe and pull back the Bezier handle, you can notice that how the in-between frame of this keyframe is impacting. Okay, now again select all these keyframes and press F9 to convert it into basic Easy keyframe. And now we're going to select this keyframe and move it up. By the way, if the bezier handles are detached, you can easily attach the bezier handle of the keyframes by selecting both the side of the handles and then clicking on this icon says Auto Bezier. If you click on it, right now the bezier handles are attached. Now let's double click on it and let's increase the speed to something like 1500 and let's decrease the influence to around 9. I'm also going to decrease the influence of this side as well. And also let's increase the influence of these two keyframes a little bit. And now if we preview the animation, you can notice that the shape is starting slow and here it has a continuous motion and then again deaccelerating to stop the animation. And if we pull it even further, let's select this keyframe and double click on it and let's increase the speed to around 2500 or let's give it 3000. We're going to go to extreme and press OK. And at the same time, we're going to ease out both the end of the keyframes. And now you can notice the animation is a little snappy this time. And now it's time for the final assignment of this lesson. So here we are going to animate this ball that is coming inside the screen and traveling this arced path and then going outside the screen. Okay, let's add a keyframe on the position property and let's place the ball over here. And let's jump on to next 8 frame and let's place the ball over here. And now we are going to make the motion path curved. So for that, you have to press and hold the Control key plus the Alt key and it's going to activate the Convert Vertex tool, which looks like this. Now, if we click and drag from this corner, we can bring the bezier handle. Same thing we can do from this keyframe as well. And now let's jump on to the next 12 frame and let's place it somewhere around here. And let's adjust the bezier handles and also let's bring the bezier handle from this keyframe and I would like to break this bezier handle. So for that again press and hold the Control key plus the Alt key and then if you click and drag a bezier handle, it's right now braked. So now I'm going to adjust the bezier handle even further. Now we are going to jump on to next 12 frame again and let's place the ball over here. And for this keyframe, I would like to change the position and place it over here. And also adjust the motion path of this side of the curvature. Again, let's jump on to next 12 frame and let's move the ball and place it over here. And let's bring the bezier handle. And let's jump on to next 12 frame again and place it over here. And also adjust the motion path of this side of the curvature. And let's jump on to next 12 frame again and let's move the ball outside the screen and again adjust the bezier handles to adjust the motion path curvature and let's preview the animation with the linear keyframes first. By the way, if you are wondering how can I properly adjust the timing in between the keyframes and how do I know it is actually going to look good? Well, the thing is that you have to practice a lot with the timing and spacing and do some experimentations with it to have a proper understanding of how much frames you need to put in between the keyframes so that the overall animation looks good. The best way is first preview the animation with linear keyframes. If the overall timing looks good, then go with it. If it doesn't look good, then adjust the timing of the linear keyframes at this stage itself. And you can further adjust the timing a little even after the final animation. So right now I'm going to select the keyframes and ease it by pressing F9. And let's jump on to the speed graph editor. In the speed graph editor, I'm going to select this keyframe and all the other keyframes that are there in this arc. So at this position of the motion path, the ball is going to move the fastest because it is moving under the force of gravity. When it is going up, it is going against the gravity. So at these positions, the ball should slow down and at these positions, the ball should speed up. So we're going to select this keyframe, this one and this one, and we're going to convert it to Auto Bezier keyframes. And then we're going to further move it up. Let's select this one and let's move it further up. And then we are going to change the influence of these keyframes as well. So let's adjust these keyframes a little bit and let's move this further up. So in this curvature, this keyframe should have the maximum height because over here the ball should move the fastest. And in case you face issues like this, so you can fix it by changing the influence of the other keyframes. Okay, now let's ease out these keyframes a little bit as well and also increase the height of this keyframe. Okay, now let's ease out these keyframes. I would also like to select these two keyframes and convert it to auto bezier keyframe, and let's place it over here. And let's further increase the ease of this keyframe. Well, I think here we need to add few more frames. So select all these keyframes and let's move it this side and slightly adjust the height of this keyframe. And again select all these keyframes and move it this side and slightly adjust the easing of this keyframe as well. Now let's check out the animation. Well, the animation is already looking pretty good, but there is a little issue over here. When the ball is reaching the maximum height, here it feels like the ball is completely stopping. But we don't want the ball to completely stop. It should slow down, but it should have a very little movement there as well. So we can fix it very easily. Just move on to the motion graph editor. We're going to select these two keyframes. The keyframes where the ball is at the maximum height. All we're going to do is we're going to move it above the line of 0. So on this line, the speed is absolutely 0. If we move it above this line a little bit, it is going to move at a very little speed, but the speed is not going to be 0. So we're going to further ease out these keyframes a little bit. Let's move it even above. And also make sure that this thing doesn't happen. This keyframe should have the maximum height of this whole motion curve. And let's check out the animation. And here the animation is looking even better. Alright, so that was all about the speed graph in After Effects. Now let's move on to lesson 8, where we're going to learn how to use the motion path. So let's start with understanding what exactly is the motion path in After Effects. So in After Effects, when you create more than one keyframe in the position property with different position values, After Effects creates a line joining these two keyframes. This line is called the motion path. And the shape that is being animated with the position property will follow this path. And when you create another keyframe, After Effects again creates another motion path joining the second and the third keyframe. And now if I copy and paste the first keyframe, it is going to create another motion path joining the third keyframe and the fourth keyframe. So when you create at least two keyframes in the position property, After Effects creates a line joining these two keyframes and the layer is going to animate through this path. And if you want the layer to animate through a different path, then you have to change the motion path. And now let's check out how to change the motion path. So right now the motion paths here we have are simple straight lines. We can change the motion path over here by changing the keyframe interpolation. So select the keyframes and right click on any of it. Click on keyframe interpolation. And from keyframe interpolation, we have to change the spatial interpolation. Right now it's linear. That's why we have straight lines. And if we change the linear to Bezier and press OK, we get the Bezier handles. With the help of these Bezier handles, we can change the curvature of the motion path. And right now, the shape is going to follow this curved path. Now, one thing that you might have noticed is that the Bezier handles are not locked over here. So that means both the sides of the Bezier handles are actually independent. So we can lock these Bezier handles by again going to keyframe interpolation. So select the keyframes, right click on it, go to keyframe interpolation and this time change from Bezier to continuous Bezier and press OK. And now we have the Bezier handles that are locked from both the sides. And when we change the inclination of one side of the Bezier handle, the other side of the Bezier handle also have some impact on it. And we have another type of keyframe interpolation in spatial interpolation, which is auto Bezier. If we select it and press OK, it is going to simply smooth out the entire motion path. But here at the corners, you can see two dots at the place of the Bezier handles. Now, if we try to change the position of these dots, it is going to give us the Bezier handle. Right now, here we have auto Bezier, but when we try to change the Bezier handles, it is going to make the Bezier handles visible visible and it changes back to continuous Bezier. Now, this is not the only way with which you can add curvature to the motion path. There is another interesting tool with which you can do that. So now let's again get back to linear interpolation, and this time we're going to use the convert vertex tool. So go to the pen tool, click and hold, and you get this small panel, and we're going to select this fourth tool, which is the convert vertex tool. So after selecting the tool, when we bring the cursor near the keyframe in the preview panel, you can see how the cursor is changing. Now if we simply click and hold and drag, we can bring the Bezier handle from this keyframe. Right now the Bezier handles are locked. So if you press and hold the Control key plus the Alt key and then try to move the Bezier handle, you are going to break the Bezier handle of both the sides. Again, if you press and hold the Control key plus the Alt key and then again try to drag the Bezier handle, it is going to lock the Bezier handle. And not only that, you don't have to select this tool always from here. If you have the selection tool selected, then let's undo everything. Now if we bring the cursor towards a keyframe in the preview panel and press and hold the Control key plus the Alt key, and now you can see the same tool being activated over here. Now if you click and drag, you can bring the Bezier handle from that keyframe. So this was all about the motion path in After Effects. Now let's work on a small project to have a complete understanding of the motion path. So here we have a long composition of the top view of a road through a forest. This car is going to enter the screen and travel through the road and then go outside the screen. So one way we can animate this is simply animating the position property of the car and add keyframes on the position property, then rotate in each of the curvatures until we cover the entire road. But that is going to take a long time. So a better way to approach it is simply drawing the motion path and copying and pasting the motion path on this layer. So right now we are going to draw the motion path with the help of this pen tool. So you can either select on this tool or you can simply press G to activate this pen tool. Now with the help of pen tool, you can create custom shapes. In this case, we are going to create a shape and we're going to use that shape path to animate our car. Now let's create the first vertex of the shape and then let's create the other vertex over here in this curvature. And while creating the vertex, if we click and hold the click and drag, we can bring the Bezier handle of the shape path. And if we don't have the Bezier handle for a shape path, then we can press and hold the Control key plus the Alt key and then click and drag and we can bring this Bezier handle. So we're going to adjust the Bezier handle and now this corner is selected, and if you try to continue the shape path, it is going to continue from this end. So in that case, we have to select this one. So for that, we have to first activate the selection tool. So press V and then select this one and then select the pen tool. And then we can create the next vertex from this corner. And now we're going to continue creating the shape path through the entire road, while adjusting the Bezier handles to have a proper curvature of the shape. Okay, now that the entire motion path is created, so now we're going to create a null object and let's name this null object car. And now let's open the shape path property of this shape layer and we're going to select the shape path property, Ctrl C to copy it, and then we're going to select the null object, open the position property and Ctrl V to paste the shape path over here. Now you can see some keyframes are added and we get the exact same motion path with the position keyframe for this null object. And there is another thing that happened is that all the in-between keyframes are row across time keyframes. So that means when you select the last keyframe or the first keyframe and move it across the timeline, it is going to adjust the entire timing, keeping the proportion of the timing in between the keyframes same. Not only that, we only got the keyframes at the exact points where we had the vertex and the Bezier handles exactly inclined the same way. Okay, now we are going to select the car layer and place it over here on top of the null object and press and hold the Control key to exactly snap at the position of the anchor point. And now we're going to parent this car illustration layer with this null object. And now we get the car animating through this motion path. But right now, the car is not changing the direction while it is traveling through this path. So for that, we're going to select this null object, right click on it, and then go to transform, auto orient, and then we're going to select orient along path and press OK. And now it should be properly rotating along the path. So right now the car is moving too fast, so we need to slow it down a bit. So let's select the last keyframe and I'm going to drag it outside. And let's increase the overall work area and let's preview it one more time. Okay, now we're going to add a little bit of drift while the car is moving along the curvature of this road. So let's place the playhead over here. And let's select the car layer, open the rotation and add a keyframe. And at this position, we're going to rotate the car this side. And let's place it over here and we're going to give the rotation 0. And then again from here we are going to rotate the car this side and then here it should get back to 0. Again let's add 0 rotation over here and then rotate the car in this direction. And from here we are going to give the rotation 0. So let's preview the animation till now. You can see that there is a little drift while the car is traveling through this curvature. And we can further slow down the entire animation a bit. So let's select the keyframes and press and hold the Alt key and drag the last keyframe outward. And let's place the work area end over here. And let's continue adding the car drifting with the rotation keyframes in the similar process. And with this, we have the entire car animation done. So now we're going to change those composition settings and give the width 1920. Which gives full HD resolution. And now we're going to add another null object and let's name this camera and select all the layers just excluding the car layer because it is parented with this null object. And we're going to parent all the layers with this camera null layer. And now if we move this null object, it is going to give a little camera movement. And that is what we are going to do. We're going to add a little camera movement over here. Let's add a keyframe on the position property at the start. And let's move the null object and place it over here. And then till the point the car is traveling the entire path, we're going to move the null object and place it over here. And now we have a nice camera movement with the car animation. And next we are going to add some clouds on top of the entire scene. And we don't need it to be parented with the null object. So let's unparent it. And let's select this cloud and let's add a keyframe on the position property. And let's place it over here. And let's jump on to somewhere around 4 seconds. And let's move the cloud on the side. And now we have nice clouds movement on top of the entire scene. And now let's proceed with the lesson 9, shape layers. So first we are going to check out how to create shape layers or how to create a new shape layer in After Effects. In the toolbar, this is the shape tool in After Effects. If we click and hold on this icon, we get few options. The first one is the rectangle tool. Now to create a shape, you have to move the cursor in the composition window, click, hold and drag. And now lift the click. Now you have created a rectangle with the rectangle tool. Now for this shape layer, the anchor point is not exactly at the center of this shape layer, but it is exactly at the center of the composition window where you have created the shape. But if you want the anchor point to be exactly at the center of the shape layer, every time you create a new shape, go to Edit, Preferences and General. And you have to check Center Anchor Point in New Shape Layers and press OK. And now when you create a new shape layer, you will always get the anchor point exactly at the center of the shape layer. And if you want to create a perfect square with the help of rectangle tool, then you have to press and hold the Shift key while creating the shape. The next tool is the rounded rectangle tool. With the help of this tool, you can create rectangles with rounded corners. Now while creating a shape with the rounded rectangle tool, If you press the up key, you can increase the roundness. If you press the down key in the keyboard, you can decrease the roundness. And if you press the right arrow, you can make the corners fully rounded, and if you press the left arrow key, you can completely remove corner roundness from the rectangle. Now inside the shape layer, we have contents, and inside contents, we have the rectangle shape. And inside the rectangle, we have few more options. The first one is rectangle path, and inside this, we have the roundness. And we can change the roundness of the rectangle from here as well. The next one is the ellipse tool. When you are creating a shape with the help of ellipse tool, you will find it difficult to maintain the radius to create a circle. So to create a perfect circle with the ellipse tool, you have to press and hold the shift key and then create the shape. The next one is the polygon tool. So while creating a shape with the polygon tool, you have to press and hold the shift key while creating the shape to stop rotating the shape while creating it. Now while creating a polygon, before lifting the click, if you press the up key, you can increase the number of sides of the polygon. And if you press the down key, you can decrease the number of sides. And with the lowest number of sides, you get a triangle. So you can create a perfect triangle with the help of the polygon tool. And inside the polygon shape layer, inside contents, we have polyster 1. In polyster path, we have few more options for the polygon. The first one is we can change the number of sides by changing the points number. Then we have position, we can add rotation, and then we have the option to change the outer radius or the inner radius, with which we can create interesting effect like this. The next one is the star tool. So while creating the shape with the star tool, again if you press and hold the shift key while creating the shape, you can stop the shape from rotating while creating the shape. While creating a star with the star tool, before lifting the click, if you press the up key in the keyboard, you can increase the number of spikes, and if you press the down key in the keyboard, you can decrease the number of spikes. Now inside the star, you again have some options for the star. The first one is you can change the number of points, then you have position, rotation, then you have inner radius with which you can change the inner radius, even you can change the outer radius, and then the inner roundness and the outer roundness, which can give you some interesting effect like this. Not only that, all these properties have stopwatch icon. That means you can add keyframes on all these properties and animate those properties. And after creating a triangle with the star tool, from next time when you are going to use the star tool, it's going to create a triangle. To reset the tool to its default settings, all you have to do is first select the tool and double click on it. And now if you create a shape, it is going to create a default star. The next one is the pen tool. Now, if you want to create a shape like this, there is no way you can create a shape like this with the default tools in After Effects. So for that, we have to use the pen tool. So this is the pen tool in After Effects and the shortcut key is G. And with the pen tool, we are actually going to draw the shape path of the shape. So let's create the first vector point over here and the next one over here. While creating the next vector point, if we click, hold and drag, we can bring the Bezier handle. Now let's create the next vector point over here, the next one over here, and the next one over here, and then over here. So from here, we have to break the Bezier handle. So to break the Bezier handle, we can use the convert vertex tool from here. But we don't have to select the tool from here. We can press and hold the Alt key while the cursor is near the Bezier handle. And then if we click and drag, we can break the Bezier handle. Now we can continue creating the shape from here by adjusting the Bezier handle while drawing the shape path to get the desired shape. And here we got our desired shape layer. Now suppose we want an opening of the shape path from here. So for that we have to select both the vector points of the edge and then right click on it, go to mask and shape path and uncheck closed. And now here we have the opening. Now we have to select the vector point and then activating the pen tool, we can continue creating the shape to get our desired shape path. Now let's check out the basic components of a shape layer. Fill, stroke, and the shape path. Change the fill color, we have to select the layer. At the top, here we have the option for the fill color. If you click on this rectangle, a color wheel is going to open up. And from here, we can select any color as per the requirement and press OK. And if we click on the fill text, the fill options is going to open up. Right now, solid color is selected. Here we have three more options. One is we can cancel the fill color. Next one is linear gradient. And the last one is radial gradient. Here we have the option to change the blending mode of the fill. And here we have the option to decrease the opacity of the fill. So let's create a gradient. For now, I'm going to select the linear gradient and press OK. And from here, we can change the gradient color or gradient styling. So let's select this button, and from here, I'm going to select the red color, and let's select this button and let's select some different color. I'm just selecting colors randomly. If you click somewhere in between, we're going to select a third color stop. So from here, we can even select another color in the gradient. Now, if we press OK, here in the shape, we have a line over here. Now, if we simply click and drag, we can adjust the gradient radius and the way it's going to blend between the colors. Now, to add a stroke, we have to click on the stroke text. The stroke options is going to open up. Now, the first one is solid color, then we have linear gradient, and then we have radial gradient. So for the stroke, let's keep it solid color. And now we have the similar option over here for the stroke as well. So press OK, and from here we can increase or decrease the stroke width. And from here we can change the solid color of the stroke. And when you have the shape layer selected, you can change the fill and the stroke color directly from the properties panel itself. And when you create a shape layer in After Effects, inside contents, inside the shape, you have separate transform properties for all the shapes other than the layer transform properties. So in the shape transform properties, we have the anchor point, position, scale, and then we have skew, with which you can distort the shape in a certain angle. And from here you can adjust the skew axis. And then we have rotation and opacity. Okay, now let's check out the type of shape paths in After Effects. There are two different types of shape path in After Effects, the parametric path and the Bezier path. So when you create shapes with the help of any of these tools, you create parametric shape path. And inside the contents, we have the shape group, and inside the shape, we have the polyester shape path. So this is the parametric shape path, and inside this, we have few options with which we can change the shape path based on the requirement. But when we are in parametric shape path, we cannot change the vertex with the help of the convert vertex tool or bring the Bezier handle and add some curvature with the help of the Bezier handle. And when we create a shape path with the help of the pen tool, we create a Bezier path. And inside the shape layer, we have contents, and inside the contents, we have shape 1. And inside shape 1, we have the shape path. Now, when we select the shape path property, we can select a vector point, and now we can change the shape path from the preview panel itself or change the curvature of an edge with the help of this Bezier handle. And you can even convert a parametric path to a Bezier path. For that, you have to select the parametric path and then right click on it and convert to Bezier path. And now we have converted the parametric path into Bezier path. And now we can change the shape path from the preview panel itself as per the requirement. But once the parametric path is converted to Bezier path, there is no way to go back to the parametric path. So this is what you have to keep in mind. Not only that, you can even create a shape with the Bezier path when you are creating the shape with the shape tool. So for that, you have to press and hold the Alt key and then create the shape. And right now, the shape that we have just created has a Bezier path. And now let's check out the shape groups in After Effects. So when you create a shape in After Effects, and now while keeping the layer selected, if you create another shape, you are going to create the shape inside the same shape layer. And now these two shapes forming a group. And here under contents, you can see the same. We have rectangle 1 and rectangle 2. Now if we create another shape, let's create a star over here. Now we have one polyester and two rectangles inside the single layer. So as these shapes are in a single layer, so when we are going to move this layer, all the three shapes are going to move together. Now if you want to create a shape in a separate layer, you have to deselect everything. Especially deselect the shape layer, and now you can create another shape. And now you have created the shape in a separate layer. Now in this layer we have an ellipse, and now if we select this layer and move the circle, only this circle is going to move. Now in the layer with multiple shapes, inside the contents we have three shapes, and inside each three shapes we have these transform properties. Now if we select all these three shapes and right click on it, we can group the shapes together. Now inside the group we have these three shapes, and we have another transform property for this group itself. So we have a layer transform property, then the group transform property, and now we have individual transform properties for each shapes. Now when you have multiple shapes inside a single layer, it is difficult to select a single shape from that layer. So for that you have to double click on that shape and then again double click on it, and now you can select the shape from that layer. And now let's check out merge path with shape layers in After Effects. So let's create two circle shapes inside a shape layer. Now inside this layer, here we have an add button. Click on it and add merge path. And make sure the merge path is below the shape layers. Now after adding the merge path, you can notice that both the circle shapes are merged. Now inside the merge path, we have different modes. Right now we have add. Now if we click on subtract, it is basically going to subtract ellipse 1 from 2. Now if we change it to intersect, we can get the region of intersection between the shapes. And with exclude intersection, the intersected area is going to be excluded and the rest of the area are going to be visible. There are lots of ways we can use the merge path. For example, let's change it to add, and let's add few more circle shape layers. Now we're going to add rectangle shape layer. Right now all the shape layers are merged because we have add in the merge path. Now what I'm going to do is place the rectangle shape below the merge path. Now the merge path is not getting interacted with this rectangle shape. Now we're going to add another merge path over here. Select contents and let's add another merge path and place it below the rectangle one. And in merge path 2, we're going to change it to subtract. And now we get a shape of a cloud with few ellipse and a rectangle. Now let's check out how to morph shapes in After Effects. So let's create a circle shape layer over here by pressing the Alt key to create a Bezier path. And let's place it over here and let's open the shape path property and let's add a keyframe on the shape path. Now let's jump on to next 1 second and let's select the shape path property and double click on it. Now we have the transform box. Now we can actually move the shape. Now we're going to press and hold the shift key and then move it so that it locks in the x-axis. Now again we are going to select the shape path property and select one vector point and press and hold the Alt key plus the Control key to activate the Convert Vertex tool, and click on this vector point to break the Bezier handle. Again click on this vector point to break the Bezier handle, and this one and this one. And now we are going to change it to triangle shape. So let's select these two vector points and place it over here, and let's double click on the shape path to get this transform bounding box, and let's scale it a little bit in the x-axis. Now let's select the keyframes and erase it. Now if you preview the animation, you can see the circle is transforming to a triangle shape. So After Effects is basically adding the in-between keyframes such a way that the vector points have to travel the minimum distance. So the vector points are not going to move in a curved path while you are morphing shapes in After Effects. Now one more thing. With the shape path property, you cannot use the value graph editor. If you select the value graph editor, you will be back in the speed graph editor. So you can only use the speed graph editor while you are in the shape path property. Well, there is another way to morph shape in After Effects, which is by copying and pasting the shape path property. Now let's create a square shape and let's create a circle over here with the Bezier path. So let's add a keyframe on the square shape path property and let's jump on to next. 1 second. Let's open the shape path property of the circle and select the shape path property, Ctrl+C to copy it, and select the shape path property of the square and Ctrl+V to paste it over here. The circle is in a different position, so the positions also changed. So we can simply select the shape path of the square shape layer, double click on it to get this transform box and reposition it and place it exactly at the center of the composition window. Now if we preview the animation, we can see the square is morphing into the circle. And this is not limited to the number of points, as circle and the square have same number of points. So we can even do it with the polygon. So let's jump on to next 1 second. And let's add a polygon right now over here. Copy the shape path, paste the shape path on the square layer. Let's double click on the shape path to get this transform box and reposition it. Now you can see the square is morphed to circle and then to a polygon. And right now if we want, we can even change the shape path manually as well. And now it's time for the final assignment. So now we're going to animate fake 3D gemstone rotation by morphing shape layers. Here we have the shape layers. So let's start with the upper edge of the gemstone. So open the shape path property and add a keyframe on the shape path. Let's jump on to next 10 frame and let's select these two vector points and place it on this edge. And let's select this point and place it over here so that it is properly aligned with this edge of the gemstone. Now let's duplicate this layer one more time. So for that, select the layer and press Ctrl+T and select the points in this end and move it over here in this edge. Select this keyframes, right click on it, go to keyframe assistant, time reverse keyframe. Now we have a fake 3D rotation. And now we're going to animate the lower part of the gemstone in the similar process. And here you have it. So these are the essentials of a shape layer in After Effects. Now let's move on to lesson 10, where we are going to learn a very important component of a shape layer, that is shape strokes. So let's get back to After Effects again. First, let's check out the basic properties of a stroke. Now inside the shape layer, we have contents, and inside contents, we have shape 1. And inside shape 1, first we have the path and then we have stroke and we have few options under stroke. So we're going to check out one by one. The first one is color. With this, you can change the color of the stroke and I'm going to keep it white for now. The next one is opacity. With this, you can change the transparency of the stroke. Let's keep it 100%. Then we have stroke width. So you can also change the stroke width from here as well. So I'm going to keep it 60 pixels for now. Now the next one is line cap. Right now it's butt cap. By default, it is going to be in butt cap when you create the shape for the first time. Now if I change it to rounded cap, it's going to change the tip of the stroke and give it a rounded tip. And if I change it to the third option, which is projecting cap, it's going to again give a sharp corner. Now there is a difference between butt cap and projecting cap. If I change it back to butt cap, you can see the length decreased. But if you change it to projecting cap, it is going to add some extra area at the tip of the stroke. Now I'm going to keep it rounded cap for now. The next one is line join. By default, it's going to be in metered join. Now if I change it to rounded join, it's going to give us the rounded corners wherever we have sharp corners on the stroke layer. And let's change it to the third option, which is bevel join. It's going to give a cutout of the sharp corners. So right now I'm going to keep the rounded join. Next we have dashes. Right now we don't have anything under the dashes, but if we click on this add button, it's going to add some properties. The first one is dash, then we have offset. From dash, we can increase or decrease the length of the dash. So if we increase the value here in dash, it's going to increase the length of the dash. And if we decrease the value, it is going to decrease the length of the dash. So let's keep it 200 for now. And if we click on the add button one more time, we're going to add gap property in under dashes. With gap, we can increase or decrease the gap between the dashes. Now if you click on the add button one more time, we're going to add another dash. So right now we have two different dash with two different lengths. And from here we can vary the length of the dashes. And if you click on the add button one more time, we can change the gap between the dashes of the second variety of the dash. And we can further add more variety of dashes and gaps. But right now we are going to keep only two variety of dashes. And with the offset property, we can offset the dashes and animate dashed line like this. Below the dashes property, we have taper and wave. To understand it better, let's check it out on this shape layer. So let's open taper under stroke. From taper, we can add some variation in the stroke width. From the start length, we can decrease the stroke width from the start, and from the end length, we can decrease the stroke width from the end. And after decreasing the start and the end length, with start width, we can increase the width from the start, and from end width, we can increase the width from the end. With start ease, we can ease out the stroke from the start, and with end ease, we can ease out the stroke from the end. Now, under waves, first we have amount. If we increase the amount percentage, we can add the wave. Then we have wavelength. With this, we can increase or decrease the wavelength. And then we have phase. With this, we can animate the wave. Let's add a keyframe on phase and let's jump on to next 60 frame. And let's add one full rotation. And we have added some wave animation on our stroke layer. And you can use this property to animate smoke or hair. And now we're going to check out the most important shape modifiers with strokes. Number one is trim paths. So here we have a curved shape stroke that I have created with the pen tool. And it has a stroke width of 35 pixels. Now to add a shape modifier, open the layer and beside contents, we have a add button. If we click on it, we get all the options for the shape modifier, or select the layer and at the top here beside strokes, here we get the add button. If we click on it, we get the exact same options over here. Now we're going to add trim paths. So here it is. Click on it and here we have the trim paths added in our shape stroke. Now inside trim path, we have three options. The first one is start, then end and then offset. With start, we can add a drawing effect from the start. From end, we can add a drawing effect from the end. And from offset, we can offset the shape stroke like this throughout the shape path. And in almost all the cases, trim paths is used only in the shape stroke, turning off the fill of the shape layer. Now let's see what we can do with the trim paths. So let's keep the end 100% for now. Let's add keyframe on start, end and offset. Let's jump on to next 8 frame and let's add all 3 keyframes. And at the start, I'm going to keep the end completely 0. On the 8th frame, I'm going to decrease the end a little bit. Let's give it 45. And then let's jump on to next 8 frames again. And let's add keyframe. And let's delete this middle keyframe from the offset. Here in the offset, I'm going to move the stroke and then I'm going to give the start value 45. So if I decrease the start value from here, it is going to decrease the visible length of the stroke. And if I keep it 45, the stroke will be completely gone. Select the keyframe, press F9 to erase the keyframes. And let's select this middle keyframe and press and hold the Control key and click on it to convert the easiest keyframe into linear keyframe. So we're going to keep this keyframes linear. Let's jump onto the motion graph editor of the end property. And we're going to start the animation fast. So we're going to make the motion graph at the start stiff. Same for the offset. Let's add some stiffness at the start of the animation. Now let's check out our animation. And we can go even further by duplicating the layer, changing the colors and offsetting the layer to add an effect like this. And when you have multiple shapes inside a single layer, if you select a specific shape and then add a modifier such as a trim path, you are going to add the shape modifier inside that shape. And now if you change the value, it is only going to affect that particular shape. But if you select the entire layer and then click on add and then add trim paths and then change the value under the trim paths, it is going to affect all the three shapes, and it is not only valid for trim paths, it is also valid for the other shape modifiers as well. Now, it is only going to affect all the three layers if the shape modifier is below all the three shape layers. If I select the trim path and put it above shape 1, it is only going to affect shape 2 and shape 3. And if I place it above shape 2, it is only going to affect the shape 3. And when you have applied trim paths on all the shape layers at the same time, you get two different options. You can either animate it simultaneously or individually. If I select individually, it is going to affect the shape one by one. And the sequence will be the exact sequence in which you have drawn the shape path. Number 2 is twist. Here we have a straight line with a stroke width of around 38 pixels. Now let's open the layer and click on the add button. And here we have twist. Let's add it. After adding the twist, you can notice that the straight line is a little bit curved. Now if I open twist, here we get two options. The first one is angle. If we keep it 0, it is going to be completely straight. If we increase it, we can twist the stroke like this. And if we go negative, then it is going to be twisted in the negative direction. With the center point, you can change the center point of the twist, but in most of the cases, you would want to keep it exactly at the center. Now let's check out how we can use this modifier. So let's keep the angle 0 and add a keyframe, and let's add a keyframe on stroke width. Now let's jump on to next 60 frame, so around 2 seconds. And we are going to twist it in the positive direction. Let's give it around 1800. And let's increase the stroke width to cover up the entire screen. And at the start, we can give the stroke width completely 0. And let's erase the keyframe. Jump onto the motion graph editor and let's select the speed graph. And we're going to decrease the ease at the start a little bit and increase the ease at the end a little bit. And now you have a hypnotizing animation like this. Or you can go even further and duplicate the layer multiple times and vary the stroke color to get something like this. You can even use the twist on fill the same way. Number 3 is wiggle path. Let's open the layer and click on add. And here we have wiggle path. Click on it. Inside wiggle path, we have few options. Let's check it out one by one. With size, you can increase the size of the wiggle waves. Let's keep it 200. Now if you preview it, you can see that the waves are wiggling at a certain speed. So next we have detail. From here we can increase or decrease the detailing. So let's keep it 25. Next is point. From here we can change the style of the waves. Right now we have corners. If we click on smooth, it is going to have smooth corners. Next we have wiggles per second. From here we can increase or decrease the speed. So let's keep it 2 for now. Next we have correlation. From here we can increase or decrease the complexity. So I'm going to keep it 50% for this one. With temporal and the spatial phase, you can change the phase of the waves, and random seed changes the oscillation randomly. And after animating the random seed, you will notice some jerk in the animation due to sudden change in the speed of the waves. Number 4 is zigzag. So here we have a line stroke. Let's add zigzag. Click on the add button and here we have zigzag exactly at the bottom of this queue. Let's add it. Inside zigzag, we have 3 options. The first one is size. If we increase the size, as the name suggests, you can add zigzag to the straight line. The more you increase the size, you can increase the amplitude of the zigzag. So let's keep it 40. Next is ridges per segment. With this, we can increase the zigzag or the waves or decrease it. Third one is points. Right now corner is selected. Let's select smooth and now we have a wave pattern. And you can use zigzag in lots of ways. One way is you can add trim path and adjust the start and the end value under trim path. And now with offset, you can animate some wave animation. Maybe you can use it for water animation or something like that. Number 5, offset path. Here we have a curved stroke path of stroke width around 4 pixels. Let's add offset path. Click on add button. And here we have the offset path option. Now as we have added the offset path, you can notice how the stroke has changed to outline stroke. Inside offset path, we have few more options. With amount, we can scale up or scale down the amount of offset. Then we have line join. Here we have few options for the cap style. Right now it's meter join. If we select round join, it is going to have a rounded cap. And from the meter limit, we can adjust the range of the meter. And from copies, we can increase the number of copies or add number of copies of offset stroke. And with copy offset, you can basically scale up the area of offset. There are two ways we can use it. One way is if we keep the trim paths below the offset, we are applying the trim paths on the shape layer with the offset path. And if I keep the trim path above the offset, that means we are applying offset on the shape layer with the trim paths. So let's keep the trim paths below and let's check it out. So adjust the start and the end value. You can add outline drawing effect for this offset path. And if you put trim paths above the offset, that means you are applying offset on the shape layer with trim paths. Now you get a different effect. Okay, now let's move on to lesson 11, where we're going to learn how to use repeaters in After Effects. And in the process, we will learn how to animate a shape burst, and then how to animate a psychedelic shapes background like this, and a repeated shapes background like this, all by using repeaters in After Effects. So again, let's get back in After Effects. So let's start with creating a square shape, and now let's add repeater. So select the layer and click on add. And here you get the option to add repeater. Click on it. So repeater basically repeats the shape multiple times. Inside the repeater one, first we have copies. By default, it gives 3 copies. So let's increase the copy by around 6. Now, if we change the offset, let's give it 1. The entire shape pattern is going to offset by 1 copy. Now it's going to offset by 2 shapes. Now, if I go negative, it is going to move in the opposite direction. Right now, I'm going to keep it 0. Then we have transform properties of the repeater. The first one is anchor point. Then we have position. By default, in position, it's going to be 100 in the x-axis and 0 in the y-axis. So inside the transform property of a repeater, if we have 100 pixels in the x position property, that means the next shape is at 100 pixels distance from the previous shape in x-axis. And that is how it's going to repeat the pattern with multiple number of copies. Now, if we change the y position, let's give it around 80. Now the shape is at around 100 pixels distance from the x-axis and 80 pixels distance from the y-axis. And that is how it is going to repeat the pattern for the other copies. Next we have scale. If we scale up or scale down, it's going to scale up or scale down in the corresponding basis in the same amount for all the copies. That means this shape is 89% of the previous one. And like that, it is going to repeat for the other copies. Then we have rotation. It is going to rotate in the same amount in the corresponding basis. Then we have start opacity, from which we can decrease or increase the opacity from the start of the copies. And from the end opacity, we can decrease or increase the opacity from the end of the copies. Now inside the shape, if we make any change, it is going to be repeated in all the other copies. Let's get inside the parametric path of the rectangle and let's add some roundness. It's going to round up the corner for all the other copies. Or if I change the color, it is going to change the color for all the copies as well. I'm going to keep it white. And if you want the repeated copies to be properly aligned in a circular path, then first let's change the scale to 100% and the position under the repeater transform property to 0 in x and 0 in y. And now for rotation, we have to divide 360 by the number of copies. So click on rotation, type 360 divided by the number of copies, which is 6. And then under the shape transform property, if I change the position, let's move it in the y-axis. All the copied shapes are properly aligned in a circular path. And right now, if you increase the number of copies to let's say 8, you may not see any visible changes. That's because you have to again readjust the rotation. So right now it's going to be 360 divided by 8. Another important thing, after adding repeaters, you will get multiple transform properties inside a shape layer. One is for the shape itself. Then we have a transform property for repeater, which is transform repeater 1. And then we have the transform property of the entire layer. And if we make any changes in this transform property, it is going to impact the entire layer with the repeater itself. And now if you add a group inside the shape layer, and let's move the shape inside the group, now you have another transform property for the group itself. So now let's check out how to repeat repeaters. So here we have a perfect circle. Let's add a repeater. Inside repeater, let's give the number of copies 8. Inside repeater transform, Y position to around 50 pixels. Now let's add another repeater. So we can add another repeater from the add button over here, or we can duplicate this repeater. So let's select this repeater and press Ctrl+D to duplicate this repeater. And shape modifiers works bottoms up. That means repeater 2 is affecting repeater 1 as well as the shape. But the repeater 1 is only affecting the shape itself. Inside repeater 2, open transform property and we're going to move the Y position. And as soon as we change the Y position, we can get a pattern like this. And if we change the repeater scale, we can again get some pattern like this. If we duplicate this repeater one more time and go to the repeater transform of the third repeater, and let's change the X position property this time, we get another interesting pattern. And now if we change the scale property of the repeater one, we get another interesting pattern like this. And if we have the shape properly aligned in the circular path and duplicate the repeater one more time, and then change the scale transform property of the repeater, we get a very interesting pattern like this. And by animating the offset property of the repeater, we can animate the property in that path. So in this case, I have animated the offset property of the second repeater. With repeaters, you can repeat a shape in a limited number of ways. So go to After Effects, add a shape layer, add a repeater on top of it, and then do experiments with it. And let's see what new you can come up with. And now it's time to check out how to animate a shape burst in After Effects. So here we have a line stroke. Let's add trim path. For that, open the layer, click on Add, and search for trim path and click on it. Under trim path, we're going to add a keyframe on start, end, and offset and give the end value 0%. Let's jump on to next 8 frame and I'm in 30 FPS. Let's add end around 35% and add a keyframe on start. Again jump on to next 8 frame and let's animate the offset and move this line to the other end. Now match start with the end. So let's give it 35. Now easy is the start and the end keyframes. And here we have a line animation. And now if I add another modifier inside the shape, so let's select the shape layer and add zigzag, and it's going to impact all the repeated shapes. In the similar way, I have animated the shape burst. So inside the shape layer, first I have animated the size of the shape, then animated its position, then added a little rotation and a little opacity. And then I have added a repeater. And then by adding up all the shape layers with repeaters one by one, you will get a shape burst like this. And if you are wondering how I have animated the background circle stroke, so for this one, I have animated the size of the circle under the ellipse property and the stroke width. And that's it. And now let's check out how to animate a psychedelic repeated shapes background in After Effects. Let's add a star shape inside polyester 1, then inside polyester path, add a keyframe on rotation, on outer roundness, then in transform polyester 1, add a keyframe on scale. Let's jump on to next 60 frame and add keyframe on all the 3 properties. Increase the outer roundness, so let's give it around 1170. At the start, around -80. Scale down the shape to around 25. And here, I'm going to scale it down a little bit. Let's give it 60. And rotate by 180 degrees. Easy is the keyframe. And go to the motion graph editor and pull the Bezier handles. Now to add more detailing, we can duplicate the shape one more time. So select the shape under Contents, Ctrl+D to duplicate it. Inside this shape, let's change star to polygon and number of points to 4. Also, let's change the color of this polygon And let's add a little stroke as well. And then I'm scaling it down under transform to fit it inside the shape. Then select the rotation keyframes of the second polyester and reverse the keyframe order. For that, right click on it, go to keyframe assistant and time reverse keyframes. Now if you want, you can add more shapes to it, but right now I'm going to stick to 2 shapes. Let's add a repeater. Inside repeater 1, let's add number of copies around 12. Inside transform repeater, we're going to change the X position of the repeater, adjust it so that the corners of the star touches each other. And let's offset it in the negative direction to cover up the entire screen. Let's duplicate the repeater one more time. Inside repeater 2, inside transform repeater, we're going to adjust the Y position of the transform and adjust it such that it touches the corners of the star. And now let's duplicate the shape one more time. Press U to open the properties with keyframes. Reverse the keyframe order. Then select the layer and place it somewhere at the exact center of the cap. Now we're going to add expressions in all the properties with keyframes. So press and hold the Alt key and click on the stopwatch of the property to open expressions panel. And we're going to type in loop out inside the bracket ping pong. And we're going to add this expression in all these properties. And here we have the animation. And then we can add some variation by changing the color of the second shape layer by applying an effect called hue saturation. Finally, let's check out how to animate infinite shape tunnel in After Effects. So let's add a polygon. Now let's add a repeater. Inside repeater, inside transform repeater, position 0, 0, and increase the copies. Let's give it 500. And now if you scale down the repeater transform, you will get a tunnel effect like this. Now let's animate the offset property under repeaters from 0 to -15. And here you get a tunnel effect like this. Now if you vary the rotation property, you can get some spiral rotation with the shapes as well. And now you can duplicate this shape layer one more time and add some variation in the shape, like decreasing the number of points to make it a square. Let's rotate it. Also, let's change the color and offset the keyframes so that it doesn't overlap. And now you have the tunnel with 2 different shapes in no time. And now let's move on to lesson 12, where we're going to learn how to add realistic lighting and shading in After Effects. Here we have a circle shape with white fill and no strokes. Right click on the shape layer and here we have layer styles, and here we have all the options for layer styles. You can either click on it one by one and add each of the effects one by one, or click on show all to add all the effects of layer styles together. So we're going to add all the effects together, so click on it. Now inside the shape layer we have 3 different categories: contents, transform, and layer style. Under layer styles, we have all the effects for layer styles. Right now, all the effects are deactivated. We can activate it by turning on the I button or turning it off to deactivate the effects. So first, let's check out color overlay. With color overlay, you can add a fill effect on your 2D layer. Next is stroke. With stroke, you can add stroke on your layer. From size, you can change the stroke width. From opacity, you can change the transparency. And in position, you have 3 different options. Outside keeps the entire stroke outside the shape path. Inside keeps the stroke inside the shape path. And center keeps some of the portion inside and some of the portion of the stroke outside the shape path. Let's deactivate stroke and color overlay for now. And let's check out the gradient overlay. The gradient overlay adds a gradient fill on your 2D layer. From color, you can change the color of the gradient. So let's change the gradient color ranging from yellow to dark red. So you can click on the color stop and then change the color of that portion of the gradient. And you can click anywhere in between to add another color stop. From gradient smoothness, you can change the way the gradients are going to blend. I'm going to keep it 100% for now. From angle, you can change the angle of the gradient. Let's keep it 90 for now. From style, you can change the style of the gradient. Right now we have linear, but we can change it to radial and angle. So with radial, we have a radial gradient. We are already familiar with it. From angle, we're going to get a gradient something like this. Then from reflected, we're going to get a unique style of gradient, something like a metal reflection or something similar. And from diamond, we get another unique style of gradient. But right now, I'm going to keep it linear. From reverse, we can switch the colors. From scale, we can scale up or scale down the range of the gradient colors. And from offset, we can offset the gradient colors in X and Y axis. Next is drop shadow. This adds a shadow effect on the background layer. From color, you can change the color of the shadow to a different color. I'm going to keep it black for now. From opacity, you can decrease or increase the opacity. From angle, you can change the angle of the casted shadow. From distance, you can increase or decrease the distance of the shadow from the shape layer. If you decrease the spread, you are going to add a little feathering on the shadow. And if you increase it, you can increase the hardness of the shadow. So I'm going to keep it somewhere in between. From size, you can either increase or decrease the size of the shadow. And from noise, you can add some noise on the shadow. So let's keep it 4%. Now let's turn off the drop shadow for now. And next is satin. Now this effect adds shadow on the entire fill, giving an illusion like it is blocking the light source. So from here you can change the blending mode. From here you can even change the color. And from here you can increase or decrease the opacity. From angle you can change the angle of this shadow. From distance you can increase or decrease the distance. From size you can increase or decrease the area of the shadow. And if you click on invert, it is exactly going to make the effect opposite. So right now we have the highlight at the center and shadows at the edges of the shape layer. Now let's turn it off and let's check out outer glow. Inside outer glow, if we increase the size of the glow, we can add glow on the outside border of the shape layer. And you can change the opacity, add some noise, or even change the color. And you can even add gradient glow by changing the color type from single color to gradient. Now from edit gradient, you have to change the color. So let's pick the color ranging from yellow to red. So let's turn off outer glow for now and let's check out inner glow. With inner glow, we can add glow inside the layer border. From size, we can increase or decrease the size of inner glow. Let's keep it around 75. From choke, you can harden up the edges of the inner glow. Let's keep it around 8%. Let's add some noise of around 3%. Again, from the color type, you can select single color or gradient. I'm going to keep it single color for now. And from the color, let's change the color a bit. Let's add some darker yellow. Okay, next is bevel and emboss. Let's add it. And inside bevel and emboss, if we increase the size, we can instantly convert a 2D shape layer into a complete 3D sphere. Now it is still a 2D shape, but with the layer styles, it looks like a 3D shape. Let's keep size around 250. From depth, you can increase or decrease the depth of the effect. And if you increase it too much, you can get some conical shape like this. So I'm going to keep it 100% for now. From the style, you can get different styles for this effect, but I'm going to keep it inner bevel for now. You can change the angle from here. So let's keep it around 100. From here, we can change the highlight color, and from here, we can change the shadow color. Let's change the highlight color to some light yellowish color and the shadow color to dark reddish color, or maybe something near blue or purple. And now to make the shape look even better, we can apply few effects. So let's start with adding a glow effect. Threshold around 30 and radius 70. And let's increase the intensity to 2. Let's select this effect, press Ctrl+D. This time, glow threshold 20%, radius 100. And now you have converted the 2D circle shape into a 3D glowing ball. Now here are some more pro tips. To increase the contrast between the shadow region and the highlights, we can add another effect. So let's add an adjustment layer first. So right click, go to new and adjustment layer. So adjustment layers are used to apply effects. If you apply an effect on any adjustment layer, it's going to apply the effect all the layers below it. So we're going to start with adding a curve. Keep the channel RGB and add a simple S-curve. And now the overall scene looks even better. If we turn it off and turn it on, you can see the difference. And then we can add a little noise as well. So type in noise in the effects and control panel and apply this effect. And amount of noise 5%. And it adds a noise to the entire scene. And you can use layer styles on any layers in After Effects, exactly the similar way on how we have used it on a shape layer. And here we have a character animation rotating in 360 degrees. So select the composition, right click on it, layer styles, and click on show all to add all the layer styles in the composition. And now you can see we have added some realistic lighting and shading on our character animation by applying inner shadow, bevel and emboss and satin under layer styles. And if you are wondering how I animated this pendulum animation, then here is a quick demonstration. So here we have the ball and the string layer. Let's parent ball with the string. Let's open the rotation property of the string and add a keyframe on rotation. Let's rotate it by 46 degree. Let's jump on to next 35 frame and now rotation minus 46. Again jump on to next 35 frame and this time rotation back to 46. Select the keyframes. Easy is it. Go to the motion graph editor and add hard ease on all the keyframes. And here we have the pendulum animation. On the background, we have a simple gradient shape layer. Let's open the position and add a keyframe on the position property of the background layer. Now let's jump on to next 35 frame and let's move the background this side. Again, let's jump on to next 35 frame. So we are basically syncing the background with the pendulum animation. So let's copy and paste the initial keyframe. Now I'm going to use a free script called iscopy. You can download it from the ascript.com. So I'm going to use this script for copying and pasting the motion graph editor. So let's select these 3 keyframes and click on copy. And right now the motion graph editor of these 3 keyframes are copied. Now let's select this 3 keyframe and click on ease on the paste section. Now if you check out the motion graph editor, it's exactly same as the pendulum motion graph. And one final thing, let's add a new solid layer. Let's name it grid and apply grid effect on this solid layer. Change size from to width slider, width around 140, border 3 and opacity around 40. And let's place it above the background layer. And let's change the blending mode of this layer to overlay. And now if you preview the animation, it would look like the background is still, but there is some light and shadow movement in the background due to the glowing ball. Okay, now let's proceed with lesson 13, where we are going to learn how to use masking and track mattes and its different use cases. So first let's check out how to use track mattes in After Effects. So here we have a composition inside which we have a gradient shape layer and on an adjustment layer grid effect applied on it. Now let's add a triangle shape and align it with the upper half of the composition window. Now here under track mattes, here we have 2 pick whip options. Let's select this composition and if we pick whip the layer above, now you can see the composition is only visible in the area of the shape layer. And if I move the composition is going to move, but only the area that is intersecting with the shape layer is going to be visible. And if I move the shape layer itself, it is going to move the area of the visibility of the composition. And here we have the option to switch the track mattes. Right now, the layer above, that means the shape layer, is selected as an alpha matte. And if you click on it, it's going to invert the matte. That means the area that is inside the shape layer is not going to be visible and the area that is outside the shape layer is going to be visible. Now, if I toggle the transparency grid, you can see it more clearly. Okay, let's undo it and let's recreate the effect from the intro animation. Let's duplicate this composition. Also, let's pre-comp this shape layer and name it wave. Let's get inside the composition and we're going to resize this composition. And let's select the region of interest and I'm cutting out the composition area to completely fit the entire shape layer. Then let's go to composition and crop comp to region of interest. And let's give some extra area for this triangle. And let's increase the height of this composition a little bit. Then apply wave warp effect on the shape layer Pinning, we are going to pin it from the bottom edge. Let's increase the wave height to 80 and the wave width to around 150, and let's give the direction 0. And in case if you are getting effect like this at the edges of the composition, just increase the composition width a little bit. Okay, now we are going to select this composition and select the layer above as an alpha matte. Now let's apply an effect called hue saturation on the second composition, and let's change the master hue. Let's give it around 290, and let's increase the saturation a little bit and decrease the lightness a little bit. And now let's reposition this wave layer, and now you can see the similar cutout effect from the preview animation. Now we are going to make this animation look even more interesting. So let's start by adding some grain texture. So let's duplicate this wave layer one more time, and let's turn on the visibility of this layer. So let's move this layer down and duplicate this layer one more time, and let's move this layer a little bit. So let's select the second layer and use the layer above as an alpha matte and just invert it. Now let's pre-comp these two wave layers and apply an effect on this composition called roughen edges. Scale down to 10. Let's increase the border value to around 180. And now let's select this composition and use the wave layer as an alpha matte. And now you can see we have already added some nice grain texture. And we can even animate this grain texture by adding an expression on evolution, which is time multiplied by 200. That means the evolution is going to animate 200 times in a second. And if we change the blending mode of this layer to overlay, it blends with the overall scene a little better. And now we can copy this roughen edges effect and apply it on the wave layer, and we can get a similar effect on this wave as well. Of course, for this one, let's decrease it to around 40. And then we can add a little bit of drop shadow on this wave layer. So for that, if we select this background layer and add a layer style drop shadow, it's going to apply drop shadow only to the area that is intersecting with the matte layer. Under drop shadow, let's give the angle 0 and increase the spread to around 16 and increase the size to around 110. Also, let's add a little bit of noise and let's change the blending mode to overlay. And here you have it. And in the similar process, you can animate the second wave. Now let's check out how to use masking in After Effects. So let's duplicate this composition and let's turn off the visibility of this layer for now. Now let's add a mask on this composition. So select this layer and select a shape layer. I'm selecting the ellipse tool and let's create a circle shape. Now you can see once I created the circle, it has cut out this layer itself, and only the area that is inside the circle is only visible. And inside this layer, we have a property called mask. And here we have mask 1. Inside mask 1, we have few more options. If you click on invert, it's going to invert the mask. And now the area that is inside the circle is not visible and the rest of the area of this composition is visible. And if you move this composition, it is going to move the mask with it. Inside mask 1, the first property is mask path. Now if you select mask path and double click on it, a bounding box is going to pop up. Now we can contract or expand the mask just like a shape layer and similar to a shape path. And if we select the mask path and select any vertex of the mask, we can actually move the mask like this, similar to a shape path. And we can even adjust the mask path with the help of these Bezier handles as well. With mask feathering, we can harden or soften the edges of the mask. With mask opacity, we can decrease or increase the opacity. And with mask expansion, we can expand or contract the area of the mask. Okay, now let's add a keyframe on the mask path and let's jump on to next 40 frame. And let's scale up this mask. At 0, we're going to scale it down. Easy is the keyframe. Go to motion graph editor, speed graph, and we're going to decrease the ease at the start and increase the ease at the end. And also let's increase the mask feathering to about 40. And let's turn on the visibility of this composition. And let's apply a hue saturation effect. And let's increase the master hue. And now you have that cutout effect. You can even add more than one mask in a single layer. So let's select this composition window and let's select a different shape. So let's select the polygon tool and let's create a triangle over here. Inside this layer, you can see mask 2 is created. And here we have few modes for the mask. Right now it's add. That means the triangle area and the circle area is added together. If we change the mode to subtract, it's going to subtract the triangle area from the circle area. If we change it to intersect, it's going to only show the area that is intersecting between these two shapes. And let's select the difference, and it's going to cancel out the area that is intersecting, and it's going to show the other areas that are not intersecting. So we're going to keep the mask to subtract. And remember one thing, the arrangement between the mask matters. If we change the arrangement, it will not look the same. So go and experiment with it and create something unique with it. But right now we're going to keep the first mask add and the second mask subtract. Let's add a keyframe on the mask path 2 and scale down this triangle shape layer. And let's jump on to the next keyframe and we're going to scale it up to cover up the entire preview panel. And now we're going to copy and paste the motion graph editor from these two pair of keyframes to this keyframe with the help of isCopy. So select the keyframes, click on copy and select this two pair of linear keyframes, and inside the paste section, click on is. And let's offset the triangle mask path from the circle mask path. And let's add keyframes at the start and at the end to keep it in a proper loop. And now we're going to add this loop expression on mask path to loop it over time. And of course, you can find out this expression from the open files that I have provided from the link in the description. So go get it and follow along with this lesson. And now we can add a little bit of drop shadow on this mask layer as well. So for that, we can copy the layer styles from this composition. So select layer styles, Ctrl+C to copy, select this composition, Ctrl+V paste, and the layer styles is applied with the drop shadow. And if you want to apply a mask on a shape layer, first select the shape layer and select the shape tool with which you want to create the shape. So I'm picking the pen tool, and then you have to switch this on, which tells tool creates mask. This one is selected, that is tool creates shape. So we have to select this one, and if we create a shape on this shape layer, it's going to create a mask. And now let's check out what a Luma and Luma inverted matte. Here we have a gradient circle and here we have the background layer. Let's select the layer above as an alpha matte. Now it is switched to alpha matte. If you click on it one more time, it's going to convert it into a Luma matte. Now what Luma matte does is it takes the information of the brightness and the darkness values of that particular shape layer or the layer you are using as a matte. So for this matte, this area is bright and this area is dark. So the brighter side gets more information and the darker side gets less information. And due to this reason, this area is more visible and the visibility is decreasing over time, and here the opacity is 0. And if we click on this button, it's going to invert the matte. That means the complete composition is going to be visible, but the brighter area of the values are not going to be visible, and the darker area would be little bit visible. Just opposite to a Luma matte. And if we apply a curve effect on this shape layer and vary the brightness values, you can see how the Luma matte is affecting this entire composition. Okay, now let's move on to lesson 14, where we will explore the world of text in After Effects, and in the process, we will create this animation. So let's get back to After Effects. In After Effects, let's start with importing the audio file. So for that, double click on the project panel, select the file, select it as a footage, click on import, and then just drag it to the timeline. After importing the audio file, you can see some markers with the comments are added over here. Well, I have done this in Premiere Pro itself, but if you want to do it in After Effects, just select the layer and move the time indicator to that position and enter asterisk key in the keyboard. A marker is added in this layer. Now if you double click on that marker, you can now type in the comment. Press OK. Now we have the marker with the comment, and like this, you can add all the other markers on the frames from where the text is going to change. Now we are going to start adding text layers. So select the text tool from the toolbar, click on the tool. Now the text tool is selected, and you can click anywhere in the composition window and the text layer is added. Now you have to type the text in the keyboard. So let's start with adding the first sentence. Well, I'm also going to use the align panel and align the text layer with the composition window. And then just center the anchor point. For that, press Ctrl plus Alt plus Home. Let's scale down the text a little bit. And now we're going to move the time indicator to the next marker and split the layer over here. And now we're going to change the text to a piece of, again align with the center. Again jump on to the next marker and change the text, and like this I'm going to add text layers, timing it with the marker that we have added earlier on the audio file. And the 30% of the job is already done over here. And now we just have to animate these text layers. Now let's start with animating the very first text layer. So open the layer under text. Let's add a keyframe on source text. When you add a keyframe on source text, it adds hold keyframes. Now let's jump on to next few frames and let's add a keyframe. Let's jump on to next few frames and let's add a keyframe and then add the fourth keyframe. So on the first keyframe, we're going to remove the entire text, just keeping there. In the next keyframe, we're only going to keep there are. The next, we're going to keep there are 3. And finally, we're going to keep the entire sentence. Now we're going to highlight the letter 3. So let's add a rectangle shape, and we're going to trim the shape layer till the first text layer, and then we will add a keyframe on the opacity of the shape layer. Let's jump on to next 2 frame and let's give the opacity 0. Next 2 frame, and we're going to keep it 100%. And let's convert these keyframes into hold keyframe. Okay, now we're going to duplicate this layer and put it above the shape layer. This time, change the fill color of the text to the background color black, and then use the shape layer below as a track matte and turn on the visibility of the shape layer. And here you have it. Now we're going to animate the next line using text animators. So here we have 2 different text layers. First one is to a piece of and the design text in a different text layer. First select to a piece of text layer, and here in animate we have an arrow button. Click on it and we're going to add opacity. Now under animator 1, opacity is complete 0. Open range selector and add a keyframe on offset. Let's jump on to next 12 frame and animate the offset from 0 to 100%. Under advanced, we can keep the smoothness completely 0 if you don't want this fading effect. Now easy is these keyframes. Go to motion graph editor and add a hard edge at the end. Now we're going to add a keyframe on the position property, and let's jump on to the next keyframe and add a keyframe over here. So we're going to start the animation of the position property from the exact center of this composition window, or maybe from here. Now let's select these offset keyframes, and we're going to copy the motion graph editor with the help of the is copy. So click on copy and select this linear keyframes of the position property and click on is under the paste section in is copy. Now the motion graphs are copied and pasted. Now we're going to move the time indicator where the design text is starting, or maybe a frame after, and add a keyframe on the position property, and in between let's place it somewhere in between. Now on the design text layer, we're again going to add another opacity property, opacity 0. Under range selector, animate offset from 0 to 100%, and this time we are animating it for around 5 frames. This is the keyframe. Now under advanced, we're going to give the smoothness complete 0%, turn on randomize order, and now we're going to animate the random seed. So let's animate the random seed from 0 to 35. And this is the keyframe, and this gives this nice flicker animation. Now we're going to animate another text layer with the text animator. But this time, we're going to add position. Under animator 1, position y-axis to around 100 pixels. In range selector, animate offset from 0% to 100% in 35 frames. Easy is the keyframe, and let's add an ease at the end. Now we're going to add another property in this animator. So there are two ways you can add the property. One is if you select this layer and then click on animate and add scale, it is going to add another animator on which you get a separate range selector. So we're not going to do that. So select the animator one and then click on animate and then add scale. It's going to add the scale inside animator 1 and the range selector you are getting is common for the position and the scale. So for the scale, let's scale it down to around 20% and let's add a mask on this layer, and this is how it looks. And then you can even add another opacity property inside this animator if you want, giving the opacity 0. It's going to give a little fade effect. Now let's add a keyframe on the position property and follow the same process that we have used earlier. So we're going to animate the text layer from the center of the composition and just copy and paste the motion graph editor from this easy keyframes to this linear keyframes. Now we can add a cursor over here with the help of pen tool, a simple stroke layer, that's it, keeping a little bit of stroke and cancelling the fill. Now for the cursor layer, you can animate the opacity property from 100 to 0 to 100 and add a loop expression, loop in plus loop out minus the value. That's the expression I am adding over here to give some cursor effect over here. Now let's animate the position property of this cursor from the end to the start of this text layer. At the same time, we are also going to animate the mask path of this layer. So let's start the mask path from this cursor and let's wipe out the text. And just easy as these keyframes, which gives an illusion that this cursor is wiping out this text. And now we're going to animate the text using effects that are inbuilt in After Effects. So in Effects and Presets panel, in Animation Presets, under Text section, we have a lot of effects that are already inbuilt in After Effects itself. So do experiments with it, try it out one by one to check out what exactly those effects does. And if you want to first check out the preview of the text that are available in After Effects, then you can go through this Motion Islands website where you will be able to preview all the effects that are inbuilt in After Effects before applying it on the text. But right now, we're going to apply typewriter effect on this text layer. Now, after applying the effect, if you press U, you will get to see some keyframes added in this layer. So there's an animator one that's added inside this layer. Now we're actually going to speed up this effect animation. So let's jump on to next around 18 frame and we're going to end the animation over here. And right now the effect may look a bit mechanical. We can actually add some variation by randomly adding another keyframe over here, which adds a little variation in the animation. And then we are going to animate this cursor as well that we have animated. So let's open the position property and place it a little bit left in the x-axis. On next keyframe, we're going to move the cursor over here. And then in the next keyframe, we are going to move it at the end. And in between, you may face some issue like this. So for that, you have to just manually fix it. And now if you want to flip the entire frame's color, then all you have to do is add another background layer, or we can simply split this layer inside this area where we have this text layer. And we're going to change the color of the background to white and the color of the cursor and the text to black, which gives us a seamless transition from the previous frame to the next frame. And now let's check out how to animate text along a path in After Effects. So for that, select the text layer and add a mask. This time I'm using the ellipse tool and adding a perfect circle. Then under text, under path options, select mask 1 and turn on reverse path if you want the text to be outside the mask path. So like this, you can add text along a path with any mask path. So with first margin under path, you can animate the text from the start. And with last margin, you can animate the text from the end. And then to animate the text, I have added an animator with position, scale, and opacity. Then giving the scale and opacity 0 and the position 50. Then animate the offset from 0 to 100%, and this time I'm animating it for around 15 frame. And we can even animate the rotation property of this layer. And finally, let's check out how to add transitions using match cuts in After Effects. So for a match cut, you have to make sure that the previous frame and the next frame are in a continuous motion. So let's add keyframes on the scale property for these two text layers for which we're going to add a match cut. And for the path text, we're also going to add a keyframe on the position property. Now let's move the time indicator somewhere around here and we're going to scale up both the text layers at the same time. And for this path text, I'm going to make sure that the word wow is near the same position as this next text layer. And let's select this linear keyframes is 8 and we're going to add a hard is over here. And we're going to make sure that the peak of the curve is at the position where we are adding the cut. And let's trim this layer as well. And here we have it. In the similar way, I have added match cut throughout this animation, and you can even use the null objects as well. And here we have it. And for this name text, I have added the same flicker animation that we have animated initially with the design text. And now let's move on to lesson 15, where we will explore the world of 3D in After Effects. Let's start with creating one square shape with stroke width of 50 pixels and another square shape keeping the fill color and cancelling the stroke width. Let's select this shape layer and let's rotate it by around 45 degrees to get this kite shape. And now let's rename the layers to keep it organized from the very start of the animation. And let's change the color as well. And then let's align the shapes with the align panel. Okay, now we're going to convert this layer into 3D layer. So for that, if you go in the timeline, here is the icon to convert the layer into 3D layer. If you click on it, now the layer is converted to 3D layer. In case you are not finding this particular section of the timeline, just make sure to expand the switch from here. Okay? And also let's convert this layer into 3D layer as well. So once the layer is converted to a 3D layer, if you open the transform property, you can see in position, you have 3 different properties as well as in scale. Now even we have orientation, and for rotation, we have rotation for individual axis, even the Z axis. And now we're going to change the renderer from here, from classic 3D to Cinema 4D. Now, note that you can only get this option only when you have any one or more than one 3D layer in the timeline. And once the renderer is changed to Cinema 4D, we get another set of properties under the layer to work with, which is the geometry options. Now let's change the views to 2 views. In most of the cases, if you are working in 3D, you are going to work with 2 views. So this is the active camera and this is the top view. You also have 4 views where you get right and the front view additionally. But right now, we are only going to work with 2 views. Now let's select this square ring and increase the extrusion depth to 40. And now if we check out the shape, it's completely converted into an actual 3D shape. And then for the cube, we're going to increase the extrusion depth to 200. Also, I would like to decrease the size of this cube a little bit. Okay, now to center the anchor point of these 3D shapes, all we have to do is divide the extrusion depth value and add it to the z-axis of position and anchor point. So for extrusion depth for this square ring is 40. Let's add 20 in the z-axis of position as well as in the anchor point. And now the anchor point is completely centered. Same we can do for the cube as well. And now just select this square ring and rotate in the y-axis for 90 degree. And let's select this cube and align it properly at the center with respect to this ring, because we are actually going to move this cube in this direction. So now let's animate the 3D shapes in After Effects. So let's align the shape with the center of the composition window. You can even change the position from the secondary window as well, like I'm changing the position from the top view. Okay, now let's select the square ring, open the rotation property, add a keyframe on the z-axis. Let's jump on to next 40 frame, and remember I am in 30 fps. And let's give the rotation of around -180 degree. And for the first keyframe, let's give it 0 degree. From the second keyframe, let's jump on to next 40 frame again and give it -1, which gives a full rotation. And is the keyframe. And let's add keyframes on the orientation, on the frames where we have keyframe on the Z rotation property. For the orientation, let's start with around 18 degree. Let's jump on to the next keyframe and rotate it in the opposite direction. So let's give it around 340. And then for the last keyframe, just copy and paste the initial keyframe, and easy is these keyframes. Now let's select the cube layer, open the position property and add keyframe. But first let's separate the dimension of the position property and add keyframe on the X position property. Let's jump onto the next keyframe and move it in the X axis in the opposite direction. And then on the third keyframe, let's copy and paste the initial keyframe, and easy is the keyframe. Again, open the rotation property and we are going to add a keyframe on the X axis. So let's start the rotation from 0 degree, then 180. We are actually going to rotate the shapes in the opposite direction. So let's give it 180 and then 360, which completes one cycle. And then again, easy is these keyframes. And now let's change the motion graph editor to give a smooth and nice motion. So let's start with the X position property of the cube. And then for the rotation, and I would also like to give the same motion graph for this rotation. So select this 3 pair of keyframes and I'm using the Ease Copy plugin. Select on copy in the copy section to copy the motion graph and then select this 3 set of keyframes and then click on Ease in the paste section. Now let's change the view from 2 to 1 and we can preview the animation now. And now we are going to learn how to add and use 3D lights in After Effects. So right click on the timeline, new and lights. Click on it and here you have few settings for the light. So I'm going to keep the light type to spotlight for now. Let's increase the intensity to around 160 and even change the color and give it a little yellow shade to the light and press OK. And now you can see some 3D light appeared. It looks somewhat like a camera. If you go to 2 view, and it's going to be easier to adjust the light from the top view. So let's select the spotlight one and let's move it over here. And then let's open the properties under the transform and change the point of interest. And we're going to keep it exactly at the center of the composition, which is also the center of this ring as well. Now let's go to light options and increase the cone feathering to 100%. And now let's duplicate this light layer one more time. And for this light, go to transform and we're only going to change the X position property, keeping the point of interest constant. Okay, now let's get back to one view. And here you can see the animation. And finally, we're going to learn how to use 3D cameras in After Effects. So here we have a background grid layer. It's just a simple illustration that I have made in Adobe Illustrator. So let's convert it into a 3D layer and let's change to 2 views. And we're going to push this layer back in the Z axis, as well as we can even scale it up as well. Alright, now let's add a 3D camera. So right click on the timeline, go to new and then camera. So there are 2 types of cameras in After Effects. A 1-node camera and there is a 2-node camera. Right now we're going to choose the 2-node camera. From here you can name the camera. I'm going to keep it as it is. From here you can select a preset. So I'm going to select around 35 mm. Press OK. So now inside the camera, inside transform, you get a point of interest and a position property, and the other properties are also similar to any transform property you get with other layers. And inside camera options, you get a lot of other options. From here you can add zoom in to change the focal length and you get a lot of options. But right now we are only going to work with the position property. And remember that when we selected the camera, we kept it 2 node. If we would have kept it 1 node, there won't be any point of interest. So the point of interest is only available for 2 node cameras. So let's add a keyframe on the position property. Let's jump on to next keyframe and add a keyframe. And for the first keyframe, let's change the position in this direction in the x-axis. And for the second keyframe, let's change the x-axis position to the opposite direction, keeping the point of interest constant. So right now the point of interest is exactly at the center of the composition, which is also the center of this square ring. And let's jump on to the last keyframe and simply copy and paste the first keyframe and erase it. Now what we are going to do is just select this pair of X position keyframes, copy the motion graph editor and paste it in the camera. And this is how it looks. Of course, you can play with the camera angle even more, maybe changing the position, or you can even change the point of interest to get a better effect with the camera. And if you want the similar effect from the intro animation, just add a new adjustment layer and apply glow effect on it, and maybe decrease the threshold a little bit and increase the intensity to about 3 or 4. On top of it, you can even add noise with amount of noise of around 15%. And then if you want to change the color while animating, you can use hue saturation. And from the master hue, you can change the color. And one more thing, when you are working with Cinema 4D renderer, it uses up a lot of resources. So for that, while you are previewing the animation, from preview panel, just change the preview resolution and decrease it to either third or quarter. And you can see I'm actually previewing it in thirds. So it is actually going to preview your animation faster while you are doing the animation. Alright, so now let's move on to lesson 16, where we will learn how to use the puppet pins by animating an entire scene with the cat like this. And we will also learn how to use a free plugin called Tweak Angela. So let's get back to After Effects. Let's start with creating a new composition. Name the composition. I'm keeping the resolution as 1920 by 1080 and the frame rate of 30. And let's give the duration of 20 seconds. And now let's import the illustration file. Just double click on the project panel, select the illustration file and import as to composition written layer size. Create composition and import. And we can drag this composition in the timeline into the main composition. But before jumping onto the animation immediately, let's organize the project panel. Now let's see how to add puppet pins in After Effects. Open the composition, let's select the tail layer and let's start with the tail of the cat. Let's pre-comp this layer, get inside the pre-composition and go to the composition settings, and we're going to increase the width and the height a little bit to give a little bit of breathing space for this illustration inside this composition window. Now let's select this illustration layer, and this is the puppet pin tool. Click on it, and to add it, all you have to do is just click on the illustration and one puppet pin is added over here. And we're going to add few puppet pins over here so that this area is completely attached with the cat body. Now from this area, we're going to move the tail of the cat. So let's add one pin over here, one over here, then one over here, one over here and one over here. So I'm adding these puppet pins in the tail, thinking about how I'm going to bend the tail of this cat. So after adding the pins and under the puppet, there is a property called mesh. If you click on it, you can see the mesh of the puppet. Here at the top, you can turn on or turn off the mesh. And from here, expansion and density, you can modify the mesh. So if you decrease the expansion to, let's say, -10, it's going to decrease it too much. And you may get issues like this. It may add some cutout effect in your illustration. So make sure to add some extra area in your mesh. So for this one, 40 was good. And from here you can decrease or increase the density. By default, it's most probably be around 3 or 4. So if you decrease it to 4, you can see how the density of the mesh has changed. And if we increase it, the maximum you get is 12. So by increasing the density, you can get a better quality render, but at the same time, it's going to use up lots of resources. Okay, now let's turn on Duik Angela. If you don't have Duik Angela installed in your system, then you can download it from their official website for absolutely free, and then install it in After Effects, and you're good to go. And after installing it, go to Windows and find Duik Angela from here. Here is mine, click on it. So if the layer is deselected, you cannot see the puppet pins. To see the puppet pins, you have to select the puppet property under effects. Now puppet pins are visible. Under puppet, there is mesh 1. Inside mesh 1, there is a property called deform. And here you get all the puppet pins. If you select one puppet pin from here or from the illustration itself, you can move it. And inside this property, you only have the position property. So if you animate only the position property like this, things may get too messy, especially when you have so many puppet pins in a single layer. On top of that, you cannot parent one puppet pin to the other just like the way you do it with layers in the timeline. And that is the reason we're going to use the Duik Angela. So you can select the puppet pins. For that, you can either select the puppet property under effects. Now all the puppet pins are selected. Or you can select individual puppet pins, click on one puppet pin, press and hold the shift key and select the other puppet pins. Now click on links and constraints, then add pin. Now all the puppet pins have individual layers. Now we can rename the layers and we can parent these layers in this direction. So 5 with 4, 4 with 3, 3 with 2 and 2 with 1. Now if we open the rotation property and just rotate it like this, we can get a nice tail animation. Now let's animate the puppet pins in After Effects. So select the first puppet pin layer, open the rotation property, add keyframes on it and just rotate it by 8 degrees. Let's jump on to around 3 seconds and let's give the rotation -8. And now let's jump on to next around 3 seconds and copy and paste the initial keyframe. Select the keyframe, easy as it. And now we're going to add a loop expression in this rotation property to loop the animation in between these keyframes. So the expression is loop in plus loop out minus the value. And now we're going to select these 3 keyframes, copy it. It's going to copy with the expressions. Then move the time indicator at the very start. Select the other 3 pin layers and Ctrl V to paste the keyframes. It's going to paste it in the rotation property itself. Now we can offset these keyframes to add a little bit of follow through. So let's offset it by around 20 frames. And here we have a nice tail waving animation. Now let's do the same for the body layer. So let's pick on this illustration layer and just increase the width and the height a little bit to give a little bit of breathing space for the illustration. So now let's start with adding the puppet pins. So select the puppet pin and let's start with adding puppet pins in a straight line over here because we don't want any movement from here. And we can add few puppet pins over here as well. And just one puppet pin over here. And also let's add one over here. And we only need to move this one up and down. So select this puppet pin and click on add pin. And this one single puppet pin is converted into a puppet layer. Let's open the position property, separate the dimension. Let's add a keyframe on the Y position property. Let's jump on to next around 45 frame. Select this layer and move it down a little bit. We can move to the previous keyframe and let's move it up a little bit. Again, from the second keyframe, let's jump on to next 45 frame and copy and paste the initial keyframe which completes the entire loop and erases the keyframe and add the loop expression. So we can just copy and paste it from the tail composition. And this adds a nice breathing effect for this cat sleeping animation. And in the similar way, you can animate the head, the ears and the leaves using the puppet pins. So for the ears and the hand, I have timed the keyframes with the bug animation. So the initial few frames are still, then when the bug sits on the nose of the cat, there is a little movement for the ears and the hand. Then settles down with follow through and overlap. And after that, there are another few still frames with no animation. And then I have added the loop expression to loop the animation in between these keyframes. Okay, now let's animate the bugs in After Effects. So select the pen tool and draw a shape path in a way you want your bug to be animated. And now we can add a very small circle shape and let's name it bug. Now open the shape path that we have drawn earlier with the pen tool. Inside contents, inside shape 1, inside path 1, we're going to select the path property, Ctrl C to copy and select the bug, open the position property and paste it. And we can turn off the visibility of the shape path that we have drawn earlier. Now we have the animation for the bug, but we can even select the first and the last keyframe and easy is it. And the in-between keyframes are here, the row across time keyframes. Let's jump onto the motion graph editor and change it to speed graph. We're going to start the animation very fast. End it with a little ease. And here we have it. I think we can speed up the animation a little bit. Yeah, this one is looking even better. And then we're going to apply an effect called echo and apply it on the shape. Now echo time, let's change it to minus 0.0002. Let's increase the number of echoes to 100. Also echo operator to maximum. And now let's check out the animation. Now you can see a nice smear effect added on the bug animation. And finally, let's animate the clouds in After Effects. So let's start with creating a new composition for clouds with a square resolution. And now let's add few circle shapes. Also let's change the color to white and duplicate the shape few more time and distribute it. And just vary the scaling of the shapes to make it look like an actual cloud. And now let's rename the layers. And now we are going to open the position property of all the layers. Select it, right click and separate the dimensions. And we're going to add an expression on the X position property. So we're going to add a wiggle expression. Press and hold the Alt key and click on the property and type in wiggle with a frequency of 1, the amplitude of 8. And we're going to copy this expression and paste it in other properties. And now if we preview the animation, you can see a nice movement between the circle shapes. We're going to do the same for the scale property as well. So press S to open the scale property and enter the wiggle expression. And this time frequency of 0.6, the amplitude of 5. And just copy and paste the wiggle expression to rest of the circle layers. And here we have the final shape animation. Okay, let's pre-comp all the shapes together again. And let's apply an effect called Gaussian blur with blurriness of around 25. Again apply another effect called matte choker. Let's decrease the geometric softness 1 to 0. Choke 1, let's decrease it to 30. Now you can see a nice blending between the shapes. And if we preview the animation, you can see we have those animations, but all the shapes are blended together. And finally, we are going to add a mask on top of this composition. So select the rectangle shape, select the composition and draw a rectangle shape. Under mask, we can increase the feathering. And now we have this cloud animation. Alright, so now let's move on to lesson 17, where we're going to check out the possibilities with expressions in After Effects. And we're going to animate this robot entirely using expressions. So now we are in After Effects and let's start with the antenna animation. Let's get inside the head composition and then inside the antenna composition. So the antennas over here are going to rotate randomly over time. Now, if we do it with the help of keyframes, like the way we animate for any other properties, we have to animate it with lots and lots of keyframes and we have to copy and paste the keyframes multiple times. And it may make your timeline look too confused and messed up. So a better way to approach this is using expressions. And for this one, we can use wiggle expression. So select an antenna and I'm going to open the rotation property. To add an expression on a property, press and hold the Alt key and then click on the stopwatch. Now here we can enter expressions. So we're going to type in wiggle, and inside we have to enter the frequency of wiggle and the amplitude of wiggle. For this one, we're going to give the frequency of 6. That means it's going to move 6 times in a second, and comma 15. So it's going to wiggle in range of 15 degrees, and add a semicolon. And here we have the animation. And right now the animation is too smooth and we want the animation to be a little mechanical and glitchy. So for that, we're going to use posterize time expression. So here in the expression panel, we're going to hit enter to move the wiggle expression to the line 2. Now, above wiggle, we're going to type in another expression, posterize time. And inside, you can enter the value of the frame rate. So with the help of posterize time, you can control the frame rate of that property. So if you enter 12, it's going to animate in 12 frames per second. I'm going to enter 10. And right now you can see that little glitchy movement because it's animating in 10 frames per second. Now we can even control the expressions with a controller. So let's move to this main composition and let's add a null object. Let's name it controller. And now select the null object, then click on effect. Under effects, expression controls, and here we have some options for the controller. Right now we're going to select slider controller. So click on it. A slider controller is added on this null object. We're going to log this effects and control panel, move to the antenna composition. Now click on the expression panel and we're going to just remove the number from the posterize time and move the cursor inside the brackets. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to use this peak whip option. With the help of peak whip, you can link one property with the other with the help of expressions. So we're going to peak whip this rotation with the slider. Now you can see the expressions added for linking the property with the posterize time expression. If we change this to 10, it's going to animate in 10 frames per second. If we change it to 12, it's going to animate in 12 frames per second. And now we can copy this entire expression. So Ctrl+C to copy, open the rotation of the antenna tool, press and hold the Alt key, click on the rotation and paste the expression. And now we have successfully added the expression to the other antenna. And in case you want to rotate the antenna in the opposite direction, just enter minus in front of the amplitude. And here we have it. In the similar way, you can animate the hand for this robot. But before animating it, I have first parented hand with the forearm and forearm with the arm, and then added the wiggle expression on the rotation property of these illustration layers. But for this one, I'm just decreasing the frequency and amplitude a little bit. But for the hands, I'm changing the frequency and the amplitude of the wiggle. And this is how it looks. Next, we are going to animate the gears with time expression. So let's get inside the body composition and then the gear composition. So select one gear illustration, open the rotation property, and now if we add an expression called time, just add this expression. What it's going to do is it's going to animate the property over time. And right now it's rotating very slowly because it's rotating over time. That means it's going to rotate 1 degree per second. Now to speed up this animation, we can either add something with this expression or multiply time. So right now we're going to multiply with time. So let's multiply it by 70. And now it's going to rotate by 70 times per second. To maintain the same animation style, we can even add the posterize time expression. So move the time expression in the line 2, and on line 1, we can copy and paste this posterize time expression. So let's select this, copy it, and let's paste it over here. And now for the other gear, we can copy this expression and open the rotation property, paste the entire expression, and we need to rotate this gear in the opposite direction. So just enter -70 and multiply it with time, and here we have it. And now to animate this text box, we're again going to use the time expression. So select the text layer. First, we're going to add an animator for this text. which is character offset. Now with the offset property, we can animate the text like this. So we're going to enter the expression time multiplied by 50, and on top of that, we're going to copy and paste this posterized time expression as well. And here we have it. Now let's animate the tile with linear expressions. So let's get inside the composition. First, we're going to animate the dial button with the wiggle expression. So open the rotation property and add wiggle with a frequency of 1 and amplitude of 180. On top of it, we're going to use the posterized time expression, so we can copy it from the other compositions and paste above the wiggle expression. Here we have the dial animation. Now to link the dial reading with the dial button, we will be using the linear expression. So open the position property and separate the dimension. And we are only going to work with the X position property. So press hold Alt key and click on the stopwatch. And first we have to check what is the minimum and the maximum value of the X position property. So right now it's giving the maximum reading. At maximum, it's going to have 245. At minimum, it's going to have around 305. So these are the two values we would need. So press and hold the Alt key and click on the stopwatch and type in linear. Inside the bracket, first we're going to link it with the rotation. Add a space, comma, the target minimum and the target maximum. So this is the target property. The minimum of this one would be minus 180, comma, the maximum of the target would be 180. Because this dial is rotating from this side of around maximum 180 degree and from this side around 180 degree. Now after 180, enter another comma, and now we're going to enter the values which we are going to link with minus 180 and 180. So when it is going to rotate this side, it's going to decrease the reading, and when it's going to rotate this side, it's going to increase the reading. So in that case, we're going to link it with 245 as the starting range, and the ending range would be 305. And like we have done earlier, we can even add the posterized time expression on top of the linear expression. And now the reading is animating with the dial animation itself. So these two properties are completely linked. Now we're going to animate the meter reading with the math.round expression. Let's get inside the composition and animate the pointer rotation with the wiggle expression. So type in wiggle 1,76. And also I would like to add this posterized time expression on top of the wiggle expression. Now let's add a text layer and let's apply slider controller on the text layer. And we're going to add a linear expression on the slider property. So type in linear and then pick whip this property with the rotation, comma, the target range. So in the wiggle expression, we have added the amplitude 76. So minus 76, comma, 76, comma. Now the range of this slider. So we want to read the text from 0% to 100%. So from 0, comma, 100. And add a semicolon. And we are done. Now after that, in the text property, for the source text, we're going to add another expression. So press and hold the Alt key and click on the stopwatch and enter math.round and then link this property with the slider controller. And outside the bracket, we can add a plus, then two inverted commas, and inside that a percentage to add the percentage after the number. Now, if we preview the animation, you can see the number is animating with this reading pointer, and also the percentage is reacting based on the numbers. Just in case you want to also display some decimal values as well, for that you have to edit this expression. So you have to remove math.round from here. But after this expression, we have to enter dot value dot to fixed. And inside the bracket, we can add the number of decimal places we want to be displayed in this percentage reading. So I want to display 2 decimal positions. So let's enter 2 and now we have it. And now we can just reposition it and place it over here. And we have the reading animation with the reading pointer. Now we're going to animate the sliders using math.sign expressions. So let's get inside the composition, select the slider buttons, open the position property, and we're going to separate the dimension. So we're going to animate the sliders in the y-axis. So first let's decide the range in which we're going to animate the sliders. So right now the y position is at around 237.1 pixels. At maximum, it's going to have 212.1, and from 237, the minimum we are going to have is around 264. So from the mid section, we can consider the range within around 28 pixels. So from here, above 28 pixels and below 28 pixels. Now we're going to enter an expression on the y position properties. So press and hold the Alt key and click on it. Type in math.sign. Inside the bracket, time. Now if I only keep time, it's going to take the time. It's going to change the value with times. And to animate the time expression faster, you can multiply it with some value. So we're going to multiply it by 2. And outside the bracket, let's multiply it by 28. And then plus value. And add a semicolon. So here the time into 2 is the frequency and 28 is the amplitude. If you want to increase the frequency, you have to change this value. If you want to change the amplitude, you have to change this value. Now let's check out. Now let's add the posterized time expression to keep the entire animation style similar. Now we can copy this entire expression and paste it on the other properties of the y position property. Now for the other sliders, we can change the value a bit to add some variations so that all the 3 buttons doesn't animate at the same time. One thing we can do is we can change the sign to cos. It's going to change the phase of the waves. And right now you can see the difference. And for the third one, we can even change the amplitude a bit. We can give -28 and it's going to animate in the opposite direction of the first slider. Now we're going to animate the light signals with the random expression. So here we have 1 light on layer and 3 light off layers. So what exactly we're going to do over here is we are going to swipe the position of this light on illustration layer with this 3 light off illustration layer with the random expression. So the light on layer's position is going to change randomly in these 3 positions. Okay, so for that, first start with adding a slider controller, and then let's add an expression on the slider, which is math.round, and inside we're going to add the random expression. So random, and inside random we're going to add an array of 2 different values. One is the minimum range, comma, the maximum range. And we have added the random expression inside math.round. So what exactly it's going to do is, in a given time, the slider is going to pick a random value from 0, 1 or 2. And now we're going to add another expression on the position property. So first, let's declare a variable. So var, and name the variable. I'm naming it pose slider. And you can actually name it anything. But note that you have to use this variable name later on when you are actually going to call this variable with the if-else expression. So pose slider equal to, now we're going to link this variable with this slider and add a semicolon. Hit enter to go to the next line. And now we're going to use the if-else expression. So type in if start and closing bracket. Inside if pose slider equal to 1, then add a open and close parenthesis. Inside this, we're going to pick whip any of these 3 positions. So open the position property. So let's take this as 0, this as 1, and this as 2. So if the pose slider is 1, we can pick whip this with the middle one. And the pose slider is the variable that we have declared earlier. Now also let's hit another enter over here. It's not necessary, but it is going to be easier to understand if you check the expression later on. After that, else if, then open and close bracket, pose slider equal to 2, then open and close parenthesis, hit enter, and then pick whip this with this one and just move the closing parenthesis to the next line. So hit just enter. Next again hit enter and else. So you can again add else if, but we have three conditions. Either it can be 1, 2 or 0. So else, then hit enter, open and close parenthesis, hit enter, and we can pick with this one with the first one. And then again move the parenthesis to the next line. And here we are done. And on top of this expression, we can again add the posterized time expression. So posterized time. And for this one, I would like to keep it on a different frame rate. So let's enter 12 frames per second. This one is looking better. Now we're going to check out the loop expressions. So for that, let's animate the wheel. Let's get inside the composition. So for the wheel, I have already animated the gear with time expression, and the frequency is -70 and 70. And now we are going to animate these wheel strips in the y-axis. So open the position property and let's separate the dimension, and let's place the time indicator at the very start and add a keyframe at the start. And let's jump on to like 1 or 2 seconds and we're going to move it down. And we actually have to match the strip with the first and the last keyframe. So that is how we make loop animations. So let's jump to the first keyframe and let's bring a ruler and place a ruler on any of the strip. So we are just going to match the position of a strip with this strip. So let's jump to the second keyframe and let's match the position of the next one. Let's place it properly and align it with this ruler. After that, we are going to add a loop expression. So press and hold the Alt key and click on the stopwatch. Now the expression panel is opened. Now type in loop out semicolon. Now there are multiple ways we can loop animations. So this is one way, which is loop out expressions. Now you can see the animation is completely looped, but I think we can speed up the animation a little bit. So we are just going to move the last keyframe few frames backward to speed up the animation. And we can even copy and paste this posterized time expression and paste it above the loop expression. Well, this one is looking good. So we have used the loop out expression. There is also something called loop in expression. If I just add in loop in and just preview the animation, you can see nothing is happening because it is not looping. So loop in expressions loop the animation till the last keyframe. So you can see before the first keyframe, it's properly looping. But after the last keyframe, it's not going to loop. And it is exactly opposite to loop out expression. The loop out expression loops the animation after the last keyframe, but before the first keyframe, it's not going to loop the animation. And there is another expression that is loop in plus loop out minus the value. This expression loops the animation before the first keyframe as well as after the last keyframe. And also there are different type of loop animations. So let's select these keyframes and place it at the very start of the timeline. Now we're going to change it back to loop out. Now inside the loop out bracket, we can add a comment. So there is a type called cycle. It's just going to loop the animation in a cycle. And there is another type of loop called ping pong. Now it's going to loop the animation in an oscillating motion. And it is mostly used when you're trying to animate something in oscillation, for example, a pendulum.
And finally, let's check out the expression language model in After Effects.
When you activate expression on a certain property, so let's select this round rectangle and open the rotation property, press and hold the Alt key and click on the stopwatch. When you activate this expression menu, here you can see few options. With the first one, you can simply activate or deactivate the expression. This is the pick whip, this is the graph option, and with this arrow, you get lots of options for the expressions that are already inbuilt in After Effects. So with global, you get few options like comp, footage. These are some of the expressions that you can use directly from this button. Now, if we select JavaScript math, here you can get math cos, then math sine. So these are some of the expressions that we have already used. With property, you actually get the loop in, loop out expressions, even more loop expressions. Here you even have wiggle expression. So let's select the wiggle, and now you have to enter the frequency and amplitude. So here you have to enter the frequency. Let's give it 6 and amplitude of 20. I'm just typing random values. You can see it is wiggling. So these are the most commonly used expressions to speed up your After Effects workflow. And now it's time for the end game. So now let's proceed with lesson 18, the final lesson of this course, where we're going to implement all the concepts and techniques that we have learned till now and implement it on a single final project to animate an entire scene like this from scratch. So now we are in Illustrator. Let's start with separating the elements that will be in different plane in the z-axis. So let's select the foreground elements, Ctrl X to cut. From here, you can add a new layer and Ctrl Shift V to paste it exactly at the same place. Similarly, we are going to cut this wall from here and paste it in another layer. So like this, we're going to separate the elements that will be in different plane in the z-axis. Now let's name these layers because naming is very important before you import this illustration into After Effects. So now we have to be more specific with the layer separation. We don't need the snow bumps to be in a separate layer for each snow bumps. Similarly for the walls, for the trees as well, but for the house, we want to animate the cat and also the birds. So for that, we have to separate these layers. Okay, now that we have separated everything we need in a separate layer before importing this illustration into After Effects, one last thing that's required is just extend the artboard of this illustration so that nothing gets cropped when we import this illustration file into After Effects. Alright, so now this illustration is fully prepared for animation in After Effects. So before starting the animation process, let's check out how to set up your After Effects file for an animation project so that things doesn't get cluttered at the end. So we're in After Effects and let's start with creating a new composition. Name it. I'm keeping the resolution 1920 by 1080 and the frame rate 25 and the duration of around 1 minute 30 seconds. Now let's import the illustration file. So double click on the project panel and browse your illustration file, select it and import it. Let's drag the illustration composition into the timeline and let's get inside the composition. So now we're going to pre-comp few layers together. So let's start with pre-comping the entire house layers, which will also contain the cat and the bird as well. And inside the house composition, we're going to pre-comp the cat and the birds separately. Now we're going to readjust the cat and the bird composition because it would be very difficult to work on such a big composition on so small elements. So select region of interest and create a border for the composition. Now go to composition, crop composition to region of interest. Now the composition resolutions are readjusted. Once it's done, you can find the actual composition or the illustration is repositioned to a different location. You just have to reposition it where it was before. And we're going to do the same thing with the bird. And now in the main composition, we're going to turn on continuous rasterize for all the layers excluding the house. And finally, we're going to organize our project panel in a proper folder structure. So create a folder comp, inside comp, main, and another folder frames. Another one can be assets. So this is the folder structure I generally use for my own projects. And another folder called AI for illustration files. And we are just going to move the compositions of the illustration files into the folder accordingly. Now let's see how to set up a 3D environment in After Effects. Select all the illustration layers including the composition, convert into a 3D layer. The layers are converted into 3D layers. You can check it. Open the position. You can see an extra dimension, which is the z-axis. Okay, one more thing we need to do is just add another solid layer of resolution of 1920 by 1080 and name it reference. So we don't need this solid layer later on. It is just for the reference for the resolution because this composition is an extended version of the original illustration. In this composition, we have to make sure that everything fits in inside this rectangle. So now we're going to decrease the opacity. Let's give it 30%, that would be enough, and lock this layer. And now let's change the view to two views, which gives a top view with the active camera. Okay, one more thing, we don't need the sky layer to be a 3D layer. So let's turn off the 3D icon over here. Now, keeping the house layer as the reference, we're going to move the other layers in front or move it backward depending on the different plane of the z-axis. So for the foreground, we can move it front. So simply move it in z-axis, move the cursor in this blue axis. This is the z-axis and we can pull it forward. Now if we scale it down, you can see the foreground elements have scaled up. So we have to readjust the position as well as the scale. Now let's move the wall layer similarly. Now the orange trees. Now the far away trees, we have to push it far away from the house. And finally the mountain layer. Let's push it away, far away from the house as well. And just readjust the position and the scale. And while you are readjusting, you just have to make sure that everything inside this white frame looks good. Now we have properly set up the entire illustration into a 3D environment. Now let's add a 3D camera. Right click, new camera. Let's change the preset to 50mm. And the type should be one node. For this one, press OK. And now if we zoom in or zoom out, you can see a little depth in the illustration. It feels like the entire illustration in a 3D environment. Okay, now let's add twinkling stars in the sky. So let's start with adding a solid layer with some extra width and height. And let's push it behind all the layers and apply an effect called CC Starburst. After applying it, let's change few settings in the effects control panel. So scatter to around 3000. Let's decrease the grid spacing to 2 and the size to 80. And now we can apply fill effect to change the color. Well, let's change the color to some yellowish, light yellow. Yeah, this one looks good. And on top of that, we can even apply glow with a threshold of around 45. And let's add an expression, specifically wiggle expression on the radius with wiggle, frequency of 3, amplitude of 10. Okay, one more thing. We need to change the speed to 0 because we don't need any movement in the stars because by default it is going to have a zoom in animation. So we're going to add 0. Okay, now we're going to duplicate this layer one more time, push it behind the layer 1 and let's vary the settings of the starburst. So let's give the phase 90 and let's change the size to 90. Also, I would like to change the color and you have another variation of the star. Let's do it again. And this time, let's change the scatter to 3100, phase to -87 and size to 100. Also, let's change the color. And now we are going to parent the other two star layers with the first layer, convert all these 3 layers into 3D layer and move all these layers behind the mountain layer. We are pushing it far behind because stars are supposedly going to be very far away from mountains. Now let's scale it up and reposition it so that it properly fits inside the white rectangle. And now let's add some snowfall. Let's start with adding a new adjustment layer. And let's change the layer settings and increase the width and the height. And let's rename. And now let's apply CC Snowfall. Flex 1500. Size to about 5. Let's change the variation. Let's give it 60. And let's add some wind. Let's give it around 25. Wind variation also to about 35. Now inside background illumination, let's decrease the influence to complete 0, which gives solid color to the snowfall. And finally, let's change the random shade to about 30. Okay, one more thing. Since this is an adjustment layer, it's not going to work properly with the camera. So for that, we have to pre-comp it. So pre-comp, and while you are pre-comping, make sure you are checking this one, move all attributes into the new composition and name it snowfall. And now let's change the composition settings and increase the composition height. And let's add a solid layer with a black color background. Move it below, and now we have the snowfall. Since it's an adjustment layer, it's only going to be applied if there's a layer below. So now we can convert this layer into a 3D layer, but we still have this black solid color background. So for that, go to mode and change the blending mode to add. Now the entire black background has been removed. So now we can readjust the snowfall layer in the z-axis. So we are just going to move it in front of the foreground, and we can even scale it down. Okay, now the work with the two views are done. Now we don't need the top view anymore, so let's change it back to one view. And we don't need this reference as well, so let's turn off the visibility. And now we are going to learn how to animate a 3D camera in After Effects. So let's open the position and separate the dimension of the cameras, and we're only going to work with the Y and the Z axis. So let's add keyframes on these properties. And now let's jump on to around 5 seconds or 5 seconds 20 frame. So we're in 25 fps. Let's zoom in. So we are going to move the Z axis of the camera. Okay, for this one we need this reference. At the same time, we can move the camera a little bit in the y-axis as well. And now let's jump on to around 10 seconds, and we're going to pan the camera up. And again, a little zoom in animation can be there. Okay, let's easy as the keyframes, press F9, and now we can adjust the motion graph editor. So let's preview the entire animation from the main composition. And here you have it. And now we are going to animate the cat with the help of the puppet pin tool. So let's select the tail layer and add some puppet pins. So this is the puppet tool, select it and let's solo the layer. Let's add a pin over here, one here, one here, one here, here and here. And then select puppet under effects, turn on tweak angular, then links and constraints and click on add pin. So all the puppet pins have a separate layer now. Let's scale it down because we don't need the pin layer to be so big. And let's rename the layer. Parent 6 with 5, 5 with 4, 4 with 3, 3 with 2 and 2 with 1. And right now we can start animating the rotation property. So move the playhead at the very start and let's add a keyframe on rotation. And now let's move on to next around 2 seconds and we can give the rotation of 5 degrees and start with -4. And then again move on to next 2 seconds and copy and paste the initial keyframe, easy it, and add the loop expression, which is loop in plus loop out minus the value. And now we can copy and paste this set of keyframes to the other layers with the expression and just offset it to add some follow through. So here we have the cat animation waving the tail. Okay, now we're going to animate the bird. So let's parent head with the neck, then neck with the neck body join and body with the neck body join. Let's select head, neck body and neck. Open the rotation property, add keyframes because we are only going to animate these 3 layers. And let's start the head with -7 and the neck with -4. Now we're going to jump on to next 7 frame. And let's lean down this bird. And now let's give 1 frame pause. So add the same keyframes. Let's jump on to next 4 frame and move the head up a little bit. Again, let's jump on to next 4 frame and we can copy and paste this 2 set of keyframes. And now from this frame onwards, we can keep copying and pasting this few set of keyframes to repeat the animation for some time. And after this, after the last keyframe, we can again jump on to next 7 keyframe and copy and paste the initial keyframe. And we can add a little bit of overshoot over here. So let's jump on to next few frames and add the same keyframes, and this time we're going to add a little rotation in the opposite direction. So easy is the keyframe and let's check out the animation. Alright, it's looking good. So now we're going to give some few frames of pause of around this time when the bird is animating. So let's jump on to somewhere around here and again add the keyframes. So now we can add the loop expression. So loop in plus loop out minus value, and we can copy and paste it to other properties. Now let's move to the house composition, and we can duplicate this bird composition and place it over here for the second bird. So right click, go to transform and flip horizontally and just reposition it accordingly. And we can delete this illustration layer, and now we can offset these layers from here. So let's move to the house composition and trim this second layer till here, and let's move it at the start of the composition. And now you can see the birds are eating their food one by one. So now we're going to animate the firework with the help of repeaters in After Effects. So let's create a new composition for the firework with the composition width and height of 1920 by 1920, which is a square resolution, and the frame rate of 25. Press OK. And let's turn on this guide. Let's create a line stroke with the pen tool and change the line cap to rounded cap. Also, under stroke, we're going to change the tapered settings. So under taper, the start length to 100%. Open the position property, separate the dimension. We are only going to animate the Y position property. Let's add a keyframe and let's jump on to next around 7 seconds. And let's add a keyframe. And also let's add a keyframe on the shape path property and stroke width. Press U to only open the properties with keyframe, and let's add keyframes at the start. So let's move it below outside the composition window, and at the end we're going to move it at the center of the screen. For the path, we're just going to shrink the length and the stroke width to about 2. Let's ease the keyframe, and let's jump onto the motion graph editor, change to speed graph, and we're going to end the animation with the minimum is possible and start the animation with a little ease. And at the end, we are going to trim the layer and delete the rest of the layer. Let's check it out. Okay, I think we can speed up the entire animation a little bit, and we can start the path and the stroke width animation from here. Let's check it out. Let's add another line stroke, this time stroke width of around 25, and just make sure that this line is aligned with the center of the composition window. For that you can use the line panel. So let's name the layers. Let's name this trail and the layer above as burst. Okay, now we're going to add a repeater inside this layer. Go to add repeater. Inside repeater, copy of 8. Inside transform repeater, let's give the position 0, 0, and the rotation should be 360 divided by the number of copies to align the repeated copies in a proper circle. Now let's add trim path. So we're going to start animating the trim path after the trail. So somewhere around here, let's add keyframes on start, end, and offset. Let's jump on to next 5 frame and add keyframes. So let's start the animation with 0 at the end. Midway, we can give like 56, that's good, and a little offset. Again, let's jump on to next 5 frame and match the start with the end, 56. And let's move this offset keyframe at the end. Well, here we have the burst animation. We can get more variation of the burst by duplicating the layer, rotating it, changing the scale and the color, and this is how it looks. And if you don't want the burst to originate from the center, then you can just mask it out. So when you are masking a shape layer, make sure to turn on this tool creates mask and just invert the mask. Okay, now let's add a circle pop-up, which is going to originate after the burst. So from here we can add a circle and let's give the color yellow. So let's add a keyframe on scale, one keyframe on the stroke width, and another one on opacity. So we're going to scale it from 0, and we're going to start with the stroke width around 50 or maybe 100 and further scale it down. And let's jump on to next 25 frame and we're going to scale it up. And at this point, we're just going to decrease the stroke width to maybe 2 and decrease the opacity to 0. And we're not going to animate the opacity from the very start. Let's move it over here and easy is the keyframe and move to the motion graph editor. And at the end, we are going to add an is and start with minimum is possible. Let's check it out. Okay, the circle pop-up is delayed too much, so I think it can start from here. And let's decrease the stroke width. I mean 100 is too much. Let's give it 50 and let's check. Yeah, this one looks good. And finally, we're going to learn how to animate text in After Effects. So let's import the text illustration file. So we're going to retype this happy text. So let's select the text tool and type. So the font here I have used is Apparat and the font style is Hairline. And then just reposition it. And now we're going to add a mask. So let's turn off the visibility of the second text and let's select the ellipse tool and make an ellipse over here. So we're going to make this text in a curved path. So for that, we're going to use this mask. So inside text, inside path options, change this to mask 1. And then you can reverse the path. And now just adjust the first margin and the last margin. And here we have the happy text in the curved path. And now let's add an animator opacity for the happy text. The opacity 0. Then under range selector, let's add a keyframe on start. Let's jump on to next 15 frame and add a keyframe. So we're going to animate the start from 0 to 100% and advanced. Under advanced, we're going to give the smoothness completely 0 or maybe around 40%. Yeah, this one is looking good. And the next one is the holiday text. So for the holiday text, it's in complete stroke format. So we can just change this to a shape layer and we can simply animate it with the help of trim paths. But the font style I have used for this text is Absolute Beauty Script Bold. So after selecting the font style, I have traced the entire text with the pen tool to change the entire text into stroke format. And now we can just add a trim path for all the layers. So let's select the line of this edge, add a trim path and add a keyframe on end and let's jump on to next 12 frame and let's add a keyframe. So let's start the end from 0 and press F9. So we're going to jump onto the motion graph editor and ease it at the end and start very fast. Here we have this writing effect and like this we are going to add trim path for all the other layers of this text and this is how it's going to look like. And finally we can add this text into our main composition. So select the camera and open the properties with keyframes. So we can start the text animation after the camera movement stops. So over here and let's add an adjustment layer. Move it below the text layer and apply an effect called Gaussian blur. Let's add a keyframe on blurriness. Let's jump on to next 12 frame and increase the blur value to about 45. It's good, or 40. And another effect called hue saturation. Add a keyframe on channel range and we're just going to animate the master lightness to add some black transparency. And this is how it finally turns out. Congratulations by making it to the end of this course. So by now you have gained a wealth of new skill sets and the next step is going to be put them into practice by creating your own animation projects. And if you are struggling to come up with new ideas, then don't worry, you can take inspiration from other talented artists from platforms like Pinterest, Dribble, and Behance. Building your portfolio is very important, and sites like Dribble and Behance are great places to showcase your work, and you might even land freelance opportunities or even full time job offers. And if you ever stuck in the process, then don't panic because there are lots of great communities and forums that are available online, like Adobe Forum, and even Reddit is a very useful platform where you can post your queries and you can directly get help from the industry experts. As we wrap this course, I wanted to let you know that I have also started another course specifically for typography animation in After Effects. So, again, if you want to check it out, you can get the playlist link from the description. So, all the videos of this course also will be freely available on YouTube. So, feel free to check it out. And if you have any specific topic in mind you want me to cover in future courses, then do let me know in the comment section because your comments are invaluable. So that's the end of this long video. So as always, stay curious, stay bold, and keep pushing your boundaries. Goodbye.